Welcome, everybody. Can you hear? Oh, not yet? Okay. Do a little. Okay, we're ready to go. Okay, this is a call to order. The special meeting of the Governing Board of Education is called to order by myself, Dr. Joseph Komrosky, at 3:59 p.m. on Tuesday, February 13th, 2024, at the District Office Conference Center, rooms A through C. Approval of the agenda. Are there any requests to changes to the agenda? If not, I'll take a motion and a second to approve.
Moved.
Moved by Mr. Schwartz.
Second.
Second by Mrs. Barclay. Lene, would you mind calling roll?
Barclay?
Yes.
Schwartz?
Yes.
Wiersma?
Yes.
Komrosky?
Yes, thank you, Lene. Motion adopted 4-0. We're in open session now. Attendance, Governing Board is Mrs. Allison Barclay and myself, Dr. Joseph Komrosky, Mr. Stephen Schwartz, Mrs. Jennifer Wiersma, Secretary to the Board, Dr. Gary Woods, Superintendent, Ms. Lene Anasebar, Executive Assistant to the Superintendent. Tonight, I was going to ask if Mrs. Wiersma would like to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Please rise for the pledge and place your right hand over your heart. Ready, begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Mrs. Wiersma. We're on to public comments now. For special board meetings, public comments are restricted to only items listed on the special meeting agenda, Government Code Section 54954.3. Public comments are allowed up to a maximum of 3 minutes per comment in the order received, to a maximum of 30 minutes per item for comments on agenda items or non-agenda items. For consent agenda items, topics, a limit of 3 minutes total will be allowed for one speaker. Unless the item has been placed on the published agenda in its accordance with the Brown Act, no action will be taken. No discussion will be made regarding personnel issues in open session. All public comments are an essential part of the board meeting and are carefully considered by the governing board. And how many public comments? 6. We have 6, so 3 minutes apiece. You guys want to? Okay, we'll hear all 6. Lene.
First up is Leslie Carrillo, followed by Keith Thompson.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Leslie Carrillo. I just want to tell you a little bit about myself. I'm a long-time resident of Temecula. I've been here over 30 years, which is a long time for some of us over here. Professionally, I've been in real estate for 29 years, all in the Temecula Valley. I have sold hundreds of homes to many families who have chose to live in this area because of our schools. So it's an important thing. But most importantly, I'm a mom. I have 4 adult kids, all went to K through 12 here in Temecula, graduating, and are all successful in their own professions now, which is a testament to our school. I'm really here to endorse a good friend of mine with great enthusiasm. His name is Emil Barham. He's not just a person of exceptional character, but someone who embodies the values we hold dear in shaping the future of our children. I have known Emil for over 40 years, and I've witnessed his dedication to youth. He brings a wealth of experience with 24 years in education, from kindergarten through elementary, middle, high school, and at the collegiate level. And he has 13 years in the private sector in finance. It's a powerhouse of experience. He believes no child should be left behind. He has a record of student achievement. I watched him chair the math department at Santa Ana High School, and he headed a program partnering with parents helping at-risk students. And their test scores skyrocketed. That's the type of collaboration I feel we need for continued success in this community. He believes in collaboration. He understands the power of unity and consensus building, recognizing that effective leadership is not about standing alone, but working together to achieve goals. I think also what sets him apart is both his experience as an educator and in the private sector. He can listen attentively, he articulates ideas very clearly, and he collaborates. There's a lot of complex issues that demand thoughtful solutions. He's a problem solver. He has his ability to analyze situations and make informed decisions. Lastly, and let me just say personally, I have witnessed the challenges this community has faced, but also the incredible spirit we face as a city. I encourage you to vote for Emil Barham. He's the best candidate that can seamlessly step in with the experience he has and get to work. So thanks for your time, everyone.
Thank you.
Next up is Keith Thompson, followed by Dan Marconi.
Nailed it? All right. All right. Good afternoon, board. My name's Keith Thompson. I live in Area 2 with my wife and our 2 daughters, one who attends Rancho Elementary and the other Margarita Middle. My family and I own a local real estate firm here in Temecula. I'm here to speak on behalf of Emil Barham as well, who I feel is the most qualified to take on the role representing our area. Our neighborhood is very tight-knit. Everyone knows everyone. We gather often as a community to socialize and have fun. When Emil and his family moved in, the neighborhood was very excited to learn that he was a math teacher since, as parents, we struggle to understand some of the new methodology, the new methods of teaching this very difficult subject. Emil has been helpful in this area, and the neighborhood is grateful for his contributions to the kids' education. My wife and I take a strong interest in our daughter's education. They plan on college, and we strive to assure when the time comes, they are prepared to succeed. Our daughters love their school and their teachers, but at the end of the day, we as parents must look beyond this and be diligent in making sure our kids are receiving the best education around. In addition, as the owner of a real estate brokerage, Temecula Valley Unified School District has a great reputation, and I want to make sure that that reputation stays intact in order to ethically represent Temecula schools to all of our clients. With this said, I'm endorsing Emil because I know, based on his experience and how he has interacted with kids in the neighborhood, that he will work hard to ensure that not only my kids receive the best education, but that every kid does. He loves kids, and they love him back. A kid's education and what is best for them is what should be at the forefront of every school board member's oversight responsibilities. Let's get back to the business of teaching and learning. I hope you will appoint Emil a forward-thinking leader in education. Thank you guys very much.
Thank you.
Next up is Dan Marconi, followed by Greg Langworthy.
Someone who we wanted to follow. Thank you. Sorry about that. It's no wonder to me then that Gary would go on to have an inspiring career in education as a teacher, as a coach, and as an administrator, holding various roles of leadership here in the Temecula Valley School District. Our daughter attends Great Oak High School, and it's a real treat for us to know that Gary, along with the first principal, Tim Ritter, crafted the core values of Great Oak using the acronym SPIRIT, which I'm sure you're familiar with: scholarship, passion, integrity, reflection, involvement, and teamwork. I've witnessed Gary exemplify these values as he lives his life. Constantly learning, passionate about the people and issues that matter to him most, and involved with our community. Two of those words speak most deeply to me about who Gary is: integrity and teamwork. If you know Gary as I do, then you know he will always do the right thing for his family and for those he leads and serves, based on his faith and the values that he holds dear and lives by. And with his care and compassion for people, he is the ultimate team player who believes together everyone achieves more. He looks for win-win solutions in times of conflict, which I've witnessed firsthand as I helped Gary and his wife Debbie find and purchase their current home. Gary's character is reflected in how he's a loyal brother and uncle, a devoted husband, and a loving father and grandfather. With his 30-plus years of distinguished experience serving within the Temecula Valley School District and his values-based approach to problem solving, I know our children and our community would be well served with Gary on our school board. Thank you.
Thank you. You were so well-spoken there, I didn't know your mic was off in the beginning. Sorry about that.
Greg Langworthy, followed by Christy McClure.
So I'm not here to advocate for a particular candidate. I just think the process is good. In this kind of situation, I think transparency is very important. These candidates kind of pass the first test. They're willing to stand before you guys and receive questions and kind of have the audience stare at them, and that can be a pressure situation. So that's one test they've passed. And if you're doing the right thing, you don't mind being examined. And I think that is one of the tests of character, is standing up to tough questions, being willing to be honest, and then also being willing to stand up for your principles, even if somebody may not agree. You know, not everyone on here is going to agree with everything they say, but are they willing to stick with what their principles are, even if it may not agree with everybody on the panel? Also, I think it's important to be able to realize that first impressions can be deceiving. I think that's something that we all have to realize. I've been in interviews before, and the first time that you're before someone, you may not put your best foot forward and may not show your true history of what you've been through. So I think that's something that you guys have to realize, is that maybe the first impression isn't the true impression. You know, I've known all of you for a little while now, and my first impression of you has changed over time. And why is that? Because I got to talk with Steve away from the dais, Allison, a little bit, and you just don't know the first time you hear from somebody if that impression is accurate. So I think that's something to take under consideration. So anyway, all that to say, I like the process, I like the transparency. You guys are doing your due diligence, trying to find the best person. And I think the process is something that our city can be proud of. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next up is Christy McClure, followed by Cindy Hurley.
Hi. As you embark on this important task, I hope you will keep the following in mind. This is an opportunity for you to build trust with this community, to build bridges and turn over a new leaf as a board. Picking someone who is divisive, holds extreme views, hasn't lived here very long, or hasn't even had a child at TVUSD will send a very clear message, and not a good one. We need someone with experience with TVUSD and our community. Also keep in mind that this is a public school board, and we need someone who supports public education and wants to maintain and even improve the status of TVUSD as the highest performing district in the county. We don't need someone who wants to tear it up and rebuild public education, or use TVUSD to fight state ed code or anything else. They should be thoughtful, detailed, and knowledgeable about the laws that govern public school boards in this state. Please select the best candidate for the job based on the requirements of the job itself. Don't select the best candidate of the 12 you've seen today. This is a common mistake in hiring, to pick the best from the available pool. I hope you all have clarity on what the role entails, and then select the person for the role. Compare each candidate to the role of trustee, not to each other. Be consistent with how members have been evaluated in the past. If there are any issues such as conflict of interest that have eliminated community members from consideration in the past, then don't bend the rules now. This interview process is public for many reasons. Please know that the community is watching this meeting intently for two main reasons. First, to evaluate candidates along with you. We want to find out about a potential future trustee that we have no say in placing on this board via an election. That's a big deal. And secondly, we want to see how well you four manage this process. The types of questions you ask, how well you can come to consensus, and what your personal criteria are for rejecting or supporting candidates. This process will show us who you are and what you stand for and what you prioritize for our community. So please be mindful and careful and think these things through and work well together as a team today. Good luck.
Thank you.
Last speaker, Cindy Hurley.
Just press the button, right? Or is it on already? Okay. Okay, so it's kind of very similar. When evaluating candidates, I'm asking the board to take a few things into consideration. This past year, our TVUSD community has watched wasted hours of time, emotion, resources, and more importantly, taxpayer money on issues creating zero positive change for our students. I believe this is in part because our board focused on self-promoting projects, national political issues, religious beliefs, and personal grievances. None of this has improved our schools or community in a positive way. As you look for a replacement, I ask you to look for a candidate that has a proven record of active involvement and support of public schools, preferably to TVUSD, one who respects the employees of the district enough to send their own children to our schools and knows how to work well with others. Look for someone willing to learn the governance part of a trustee before proposing unnecessary policies or programs in an effort to be a hero. Someone who will learn what TVUSD already has in place and doesn't waste our district and employee and financial resources on their individual follies. Someone who can use their ending board comments to talk about the work our students, teachers, parents, and staff are doing that make us proud, rather than using it for grandstanding or as a personal pulpit. Basically, somebody without self-serving ulterior motives. Their sole focus should be on the students of TVUSD, not themselves or any outside interest groups. TVUSD has been through a lot of embarrassing drama to the detriment of our students, and a new page has to be turned. It's time we had a board that focused on humbly serving our community.
Thank you. Okay. Let's see here. Oh, that's right. We're going to take a short recess for the table. Ask that everybody remain seated. We're just going to swap out the podium for the table so our first interviewee can just relax. It's stressful enough to have to interview. Okay, I'm going to start us up in 1 minute. Okay, we're starting back up in open session. I'm going to hand it off to the superintendent, and he's going to brief you what we're doing tonight. Oh, Ms. Barkley. Oh, I thought she was sitting there. All right. We're trying to keep on schedule tonight as much as possible, so thanks for being patient if that's ish on schedule. Trying the best we can. 11 candidates is a lot to work with coming in and out. Okay, thank you. We got Mrs. Barclay.
Sorry.
Here we go. Okay. No, you're good. You're good.
Test, okay. We ready? Good evening. I would like to quickly recap the events since our special board meeting for the board and the community. At the December 18th, 2023 special board meeting, Board Member Komrosky and Board Member Barclay were selected to serve on our application screening subcommittee to assist with the provisional appointment process. The subcommittee met on February 8th, reviewed the applications, and confirmed that all candidates met eligibility requirements. Each of you has a binder. I would like to walk through with you, and so the community knows exactly what is inside those binders. We've included a copy of each candidate's full and completed application. The application includes the candidate's education, employment history, references, past committees, commissions, or board experience, and responses to 14 written questions. There are also interview questions and order of interviews in your binder. There's a rating note sheet and a tally sheet. The last thing I would like to say about the process is that each candidate will be asked the same questions. If a candidate should ask a question to be repeated, you may repeat the question. However, if a candidate should ask for clarification, please just repeat the question. Please refrain from asking follow-up questions. This will promote fairness and consistency. Also, at the end, we will be collecting your binders with all materials in the binders. Dr. Komrosky, please begin the interview process.
Thanks, Dr. Woods. Okay, Sandy, would you mind calling up the first candidate? Okay.
Good morning.
Good evening, Mrs. Jacobson.
Or good evening. Yeah.
We've allowed 15 minutes for each applicant today. We will allow up to 2 minutes to give an opening statement. Following your opening statement, we have 5 questions we'd like to ask of you. You may take as much or as little time as you'd like with each question.
However, the interview will stop after 15 minutes, even if all questions have not been addressed. The board is interested in your responses to all the questions, so please keep the time limit in mind as you respond. We thought about giving a 1-minute warning. We're not going to do that because we don't want to interrupt the flow of any candidate. So you'll be mindful. It's pretty big up there.
Oh, that's perfect.
We'll begin with your 2-minute opening statement. Please tell us a little bit about yourself. Be sure to include experiences relevant to this position and the strengths you will bring as a member of the board. Now we'll move on to our questions. And each board member, we're just going to rotate myself, Allison, Steve, Jen, and then myself again. 5 questions total. I'll ask, 2 minutes to introduce yourself.
Good afternoon, President Komrosky, members of the board, and Dr. Woods. 9 years ago, I was heading out to take a difficult law exam, and I looked over and I saw a beautiful bright yellow piece of construction paper on my desk, prominently placed. And as neatly as my second grader could write with his big fat Crayola marker, his message said, "You can do this, Mom, we believe in you." Well, I did pass that test, and after thousands of additional hours, became a licensed California attorney at the age of 49. I now volunteer in the local Riverside Legal Aid Program at our local courts, advocating for people who are underserved and critically thinking in order to help them navigate the justice system. Our family has been invested in this district for a quarter of a century. We've had 5 children be welcomed and engaged in over 250 classrooms in this district. They have benefited from academic rigor as well as special education services. With 1 in high school still, I still strongly value the amazing educators and the excellent programs that TVUSD offers our students. For over a decade, I've collaborated with city officials and district leaders as we've created events to draw our community together. These include Temecula Community Days of Service, where we've beautified parks and community campuses throughout the district. But my favorite is the Crystal Apple Awards, and I love facilitating the student nominations and recognition of thousands of our outstanding teachers over the years. When classrooms closed in 2020, information was hard to come by. So I started a Facebook page for over 3,000 Temecula parents, and I made a conscious effort that I would provide accurate and timely information and not my opinion. As I've experienced and had exposure to a variety of different perspectives and passionate opinions, I have committed to respond respectfully and thoughtfully to each of them. My father was a 40-year educator and a cowboy. Oh, time's up. Okay, sorry.
Okay, I'll ask the first question. I just want everybody to know, including yourself, if we're looking down, we're not ignoring you. We have a lot of notes and we're taking notes. Okay, what are you proud of in this district? What would you like to accomplish as a board member? What is your highest priority and why?
That is a loaded question, but first of all, obviously, we have dedicated teachers and staff that are making a difference at every level for our students. We're a national award-winning school district, which is fabulous, but I think the thing I'm most proud of is our graduation rate. That means that we're preparing students at all levels, not just at high school, but at elementary. We're preparing them for that next step. And in middle school, we're giving them academic rigor or whatever support services they need to succeed at high school. And then at high school, we have amazing programs, AP, IB, CTE, and even remediation to help those students be directed to a successful path as they leave our schools, and that we can be very proud of. Something that I want to accomplish is 3 things. I want to support teachers, I want to inspire students, and I want to engage parents. I think that our teachers are facing some additional challenges that they haven't had in the past with student behavior and safety on campus. I want them to have all the resources they need to be effective and to educate our students. I also want to inspire students. They need to have motivation and enrichment. They need to have access to all of those extra things that we have in schools, such as arts and leadership and sports, that keeps them engaged and part of a community. It keeps them coming to school. And then I also want to encourage parents to be involved. I think we've had a little disengagement, especially coming out of COVID, that parents aren't actively involved on campus. And our ed code itself says and states how important that relationship is and how much different the outcome will be for every student when we have parent engagement with the schools. They work as partners. Now, I may have listed that as something that the most important thing. I may have talked about recovering learning loss or mental and behavioral health, which is a huge issue for our students right now. But after Nicole Lash's presentation a few weeks ago, the most important thing right now is our budget. We are facing a $30 million deficit over the next 3 years, and we still have to creatively support students in their education, extracurricular things. We have to retain and recruit amazing staff. We have administrative positions that haven't been filled. We have to improve our facilities. We have an aging district, and we need to be able to meet the educational needs of our students moving into the future. It's imperative that we deal with chronic absenteeism, transportation crisis. With the new schedule, we have parents that aren't able to get their kids to school, and that could help with our absenteeism. And we have to maximize our LCAP funds so that those students that we need to fill in the gaps for have that done effectively.
Thank you so much. And going forward, just say when you're done, we'll pass you off. Okay, Mrs. Barclay, second question.
Yes. Can you identify an issue related to public education or a recent board decision that you felt strongly about, and describe how you would balance community concerns, student needs, state and federal law, staff considerations, and your personal values and beliefs to determine how to vote on the issue?
I sure can. So community concerns obviously bring those issues to the forefront, and our student needs are our primary concern. We have to use a filter of those state and local laws in order to determine what we can actually do, and that we need staff perspective. We need to know what they're able to do within their contract parameters. And of course, my personal beliefs bring me to this table today. My passions, my perspectives, all of those things bring me here. But I have to come to the board to collaborate and do what's best for students, regardless of what my personal beliefs are. So we have an issue that actually I feel very passionately about. In law school, I became an advocate for constitutional rights, and my final thesis paper for my legal writing class was on parental rights. I have done so much investigation in this and research. We know that the Constitution, though it doesn't codify parental rights, that it has stated for over 100 years that parental rights have been established beyond debate as an enduring American tradition, and that more recently, case law has determined that the due process clause of the 14th Amendment protects these rights further. We have the right to direct the care, upbringing, and education of our children. So after coming out of COVID, there were a lot of parental right concerns. Parents were on high alert. There have been a lot of things that had impacted how parents could educate their children, and they lost a little bit of that control, it felt like. They had to determine, was my personal belief more important than how my child receives their education, and they had to make some important decisions. So we can look at what already exists to protect those rights. We know that California Ed Code, I think it's 51-100, states very clearly that conclusively that they support the rights of parents to be engaged in their students' education. And then locally, as a school board, our board policies, I think it's 50-20 and 60-20, further delineate those rights. If you've ever had a special education child and you've gotten your packet of parent rights, I bet most of us have not read them. We have a lot of rights as parents. But we also, with rights come responsibilities. And we don't operate in a vacuum, and every choice we make has lasting impact. Our primary concern always needs to be those voices that are not at the table. They need advocacy. So how does this policy that we've established affect students? Recent legislation protects the rights of our DEI, our diversity, equity, and inclusion students. Many students who fall under that category, you will be told by student counselors, often have trauma in their history. Not every home environment is like yours or mine. There are students who need our protection. And more important than education or even parental rights, I believe, is student safety. So I think we have to ensure that whatever policies we establish, there's always a safety net for the people who are most vulnerable, and that we're always looking to protect our students first and foremost. And then we can institute those things that inspire them to be educated and those things that protect parental rights and allow them to be involved in their education.
Thank you, Mr. Schwartz.
Here's a practical one. Describe your response if a parent approached you in a grocery store and asked you for your support on a particularly hot issue.
Let's just say Costco. It happens all the time. I am a listener. I actually love people. I rarely meet a stranger. I can make friends with anybody, anywhere. Talk to my kids about that, and the lines at the amusement parks drives them crazy. But I love to listen, and I can offer a lot of empathy. But Primarily, I would direct them because there are places to effectively do that, and that's generally not the grocery store, especially on a hot issue. I would consider whether this has already had been, if it's been agendized, I would direct them to speak in public comments. That's part of their right as a community member under the Brown Act. They get to come and speak to this board. I would also ask them to put it in writing. That's part of my legal background, put everything in writing. And I would definitely direct them to President Komrosky, Dr. K, because he is the board president and he leads the board. And then I would obviously follow up, find out, was this an issue that needs to be taken to the superintendent? Do we need to discuss this? Does it need to be an issue that we put on the agenda to discuss? Does it affect a lot of community members? Is it something we need to address as a board?
Thank you. And Mrs. Worstman, I believe you're next.
Hi, Suzette. Thanks
Hi.
for being here. Understanding that the position is a provisional appointment until November 2024, what would be your intentions thereafter?
Well, if I'm appointed to this position and the community has confidence in me and I feel like I'm doing an effective job, I absolutely have the desire and the willingness to run for this position for the next 2 years that would follow.
Oh, thank you. That was quick. All right, good. Last question. Considering that the board cannot respond to you, is there anything else that you'd like to share with us? And you have almost 5 minutes.
Wonderful. I got my cowboy quote. I got to go here. So my dad was a cowboy and a 40-year educator. And if he was here today, I promise you he would say, if you're going to get in the saddle, be ready for the ride. Well, another lovely analogy I like to think of is Alice in Wonderland. And when she comes to those crossroads and she looks up and she doesn't know where to go, and the Cheshire Cat asks her, where do you want to go? And she doesn't know. He says to her, if you don't know where you want to go, then it doesn't matter which path you take. Our school district, and I believe our city, is at a crossroads right now. And I believe a great deal depends on which path you as a board decide to take. There is a clear direction that our community needs to go. Filling this board position with a qualified and balanced candidate will make huge strides towards restoring a sense of stability to our classrooms, to our teachers, and to our community at large. I have confidence within this candidate pool there will be someone you can find who fits that saddle and is ready to ride. I am ready to ride if you think that I fit that saddle. I know that as a community, there's also been a lot of negativity, and I feel like in the end, we need to stop digging for dirt and start digging for gold, because it is here, and we need to focus on the positive. I believe that we do have some very difficult decisions to make ahead, especially with this budget. I lived in Russia as a young student with my husband, and one of the common phrases they would say there is, we've done so much with so long for so little, we can now do anything with nothing. And I think the board has a huge task ahead. We have to retain confidence in our employees, both certified and classified. And like I said, we have to maintain and we have to be able to still recruit. But we are going to have to do more with less, and we're going to have to do it better. Thank you.
Thank you. And is there anything else you'd like to share?
Oh, what, because I have two.
You can be done. You have time left.
I honestly just have a passion for this district. We have been here. My husband took his first job out of graduate school here. And it's very rare to stay in his career in one spot for this long. We have never left. My children have benefited from the arts. They have benefited from school leadership. They have benefited from amazing, caring teachers. When I read those Crystal Apple nominations, they're so inspiring, but they also show you the critical difference that teachers make for students in very simple ways. I teach an early morning class of juniors and seniors, and I recently polled them on their stress level and what's causing them anxiety. And for 35 juniors and seniors at Temecula Valley High School, over 75% of their stresses came from school or school-related activities. And 75% also had stress over 5 on the scale of 0 to 10. Of those students, I think half of them either use sleep or no strategies to deal with that stress. And these are the students who are showing up in our classrooms every day with these stress levels. We know that clinical depression students has doubled in youth over the last 17 years, exponentially during COVID. and that our teachers are making a difference in those classrooms every day when they engage with students and offer them support. As I've researched my Crystal Apple addresses, the studies show that in every successful youth, they usually have an adult mentor behind them, and it's not usually a parent. It's almost always a teacher. And so I feel like the more support we can give for those teachers, a teacher that loves to teach has students who love to learn. And I always tell my kids that you take classes from those teachers who are passionate. I don't care if they're teaching you about rocks. If they are passionate about those rocks, you will love learning about rocks. So that's where I hope that if I can serve on this board and if you feel like I'm the candidate for this position, I will bring that passion for the district, my love for the teachers, my support for all of the staff, and my willingness to take us into the future to establish schools that can do that as we can handle that with the budget, and also to continue to attract the best and the brightest.
Thank you, Mrs. Jacobson.
Thank you.
Okay.
Dr. Komorowski, the second candidate has withdrawn. The third candidate is here and could be ready to come and meet the board, let's say 4:55.
Would you, Sandy, is there any way maybe to check up on? Yeah. Thank you so much. Okay, we have the next candidate, Mrs. Cole Mon, and she will be ready by 4:55. So we have we have 5 minutes. I won't call us in a recess, but we have a relaxed schedule. Now's the time to use the bathroom if you got to go. I'm just going to have Sandy bring her right out, just to let everybody know. Okay, Sandy, I'll have you bring in the next candidate and we'll start. Thank you so much. Okay, Mrs. Cole, you have about a minute and a half before we start the clock, so you can get your bearings straight. Yep, we'll start you at 4:55. Okay.
Am I clicking this button or is it already on?
Oh, you
I'm
can,
already on, okay.
okay, I'll start you up in a second here. What I was going to let you know is at the 2-minute mark, we'll let you know that the 2-minute introduction's over. After that, when I read off the first question, you'll have to stop me and say, okay, I'm done, ready for the next one. We won't stop you, okay? And then the next question, you stop us and we'll shuffle through. You can take as much time as you want on any question you want. But we have 15 minutes total for the whole thing. So 13 minutes total for your questions. Okay, I think I'll start us up now. Good evening. We've allowed 15 minutes for each applicant today. We will allow up to 2 minutes to give you an opening statement. Follow your opening statement. We have 5 questions we would like to ask of you. You may take as much or as little as time as you want with each question. However, the interview will stop after 15 minutes, even if all the questions have not been addressed. The board is interested in your responses to all the questions, so please keep the time limit in mind as you respond. We'll begin with your 2-minute opening statement. Please tell us a little bit about yourself, Mrs. Mon or Cole, and we got your note about you prefer Cole.
Yes.
Be sure to include experiences relevant to this position and the strengths you would bring as a member of the board. Now we'll move on to now we'll start.
Good evening, Governing Board. My name is Cole. I'm a single mother to 2 autistic children that attend school here in our district. I've lived here in Temecula for 22 years. I attended James All Day Middle School, and I graduated from Chaparral High School in 2007. I had a great experience attending school there and had several coaches and teachers who had a significant influence and positive impact on my life. I advocate for my children and all children, especially in the special needs community. I volunteer at my children's school as well whenever they need extra help, and I'm also their mascot. My professional background includes customer service, marketing, project management, data analytics, and I'm currently a licensed life insurance agent here in the state of California. In my previous career in marketing, I was responsible for maintaining and billing over $1 million in business annually while maintaining relationships with over 30 clients, each of which had about 10 contacts per team or more. My experiences being self-motivated and a team player would significantly add value to the governing board, as I am collaborative, dedicated, flexible, honest, loyal, purpose-driven, reasonable, reliable under any and all circumstances. I would also contribute to a more diverse governing board, as I have Latin and Hispanic heritage. Our board would reflect more on how diverse our community is here in Temecula. I would also like to contribute to a more neutral balance within the board so we can get back to boring school board meetings, focus on the children of our district, and no longer be in the news cycle that has only highlighted such polarizing and divisive topics, when I know that there's so much more that unites us than divides us. I would add a new perspective as well, as find common ground during times of disagreement. I have been studying Robert's Rules of Order, and I will continue to do my homework on that as well.
Thank you, Cole. Okay, first question. What are you proud of in this district? What would you like to accomplish as a board member? And what is your highest priority and why?
I'm most proud of how many opportunities we offer our students and our parents to get involved, whether that's through extracurriculars or through parent trainings, which I also attend, such as the Family University. They're very helpful and very beneficial. Can you repeat the question?
Certainly. What are you proud of in this district? What would you like to accomplish as a board member? What's your highest priority and why?
I would like to make more resources available to students and staff members, not only in general education, but specifically the special education program. That is definitely going to be my highest priority, so I'm just going to kind of point that out very quickly now. Because my children are in the SPED program, and I know how much the teachers work and the aides work really hard, and sometimes they just don't have enough resources for all of the individual needs that each child needs. Because again, they're all unique and they all have certain things that are required during their classroom setting with their IEPs, et cetera. So that's definitely my highest priority. Another thing I would like to contribute to is the budget and just make sure that money is going to the right programs. It's helping the students progress, but also it's supporting the teachers and obviously the families as well. You can go ahead and do the next question.
Thank you.
Could you please identify an issue related to public education or a recent board decision that you felt strongly about, and describe how you would balance community concerns, student needs, state and federal law, staff considerations, and your personal values and beliefs to determine how to vote on the issue?
The flag policy, I agreed with that. However, my concern is with the people that didn't agree with it and kind of finding some common ground there, hear their concerns as to why they don't agree with it. Obviously, staying within the guidelines that I'll be learning and taught during that process as well. As far as my personal beliefs, obviously they are front and center in my life. However, when you're serving on this board, you have to consider the people that you're serving. So my priority would be the trustee area 2's concerns, their beliefs, and make sure that we're representing the majority in that area, but also just as a whole. So I'm very strong in my convictions. However, I'm not just representing myself because my kids are in this district, I'm also representing the community. So I want to make sure that that's a full representation of our entire community.
Okay. This one's practical. Describe your response if a parent approached you in a grocery store and asked you for your support on a particularly hot issue.
First, I'd hear them out and then direct them to send me, I guess, a formal email. Again, I'm going to learn all the processes if I were on the board, so I'll know how to make sure that I'm going within the laws and the regulations. But I definitely want to hear them out because I would want to be heard out. Give them my email, have them send those concerns so that I can then bring it to the board and discuss that community members' concerns and see how we can help them before going back to them or promising support of something or an issue, because again, that's not how we do things. We do it out in the public for everyone to give their concerns ahead of time or during public comment, et cetera. So I would definitely want to know how they're feeling and address those concerns within the governing board's notice, and also just getting that feedback as well before going back to them formally with something so that we can get it handled for them, or have a suggestion if we can't make that supportive item work, we have something else in place that maybe can find that common ground and make them feel better about the issue that they feel so passionate about.
Understanding that the position is a provisional appointment until November 2024, what would be your intentions thereafter?
So I'm really big on honesty and transparency. So my thing is I want to fill the position because we need to get back to business and get things handled before November. I would want the feedback from my trustee area on how I'm doing, where I may be lacking, how I can improve. And if the majority feels that I'm doing a good job in that seat, then I would definitely want to keep the seat for longer. If they feel that someone else is better suited, then obviously I would, very easily remove myself from that seat and allow someone else that they feel would represent them more to take over.
Okay, last question. Considering that the board cannot respond to you, is there anything else that you'd like to share with us?
I want to personally thank Lene for doing such a fantastic job in giving us all the information ahead of time, making sure that we felt comfortable with our check-ins, if we had any questions. This whole process, the application was wonderful. I know you guys read my comments on there, but I just want to thank you for providing this opportunity to the community, but also just how professional it's been, how it's been very spelled out for us, and the questions that you use to vet us, I really appreciated, because I know that's one of many things that we would have to address on the board. So it's good to kind of get a feel for that as well. And just again, thank you for the opportunity and always being open and honest with the community. And I'm very excited to be here.
Okay, thank you. You
Thank
have
you.
6 minutes left. Anything else? Not pressuring you, just,
That's fair. No, just very excited to see the other candidates. I do just want to state one other thing. I know because of this process, not just the application, but this time to be questioned, I know you're going to pick the perfect person. And I just want to let you know in advance, whoever that is, I'm really proud of you for making that decision tonight so that we can move forward. Thank you.
thank you.
We're still just a little bit ahead of our schedule. The next candidate would be ready at around 5:17.
We never anticipated being early. It didn't even cross our mind.
We'll catch up. We're still absorbing the time that the second candidate would have had, so.
Okay, here we go. Okay, I'm going to call for the next candidate in the next minute. Welcome, Mr. Danny Shaw.
Thank you.
Good evening. We've allowed 15 minutes for each applicant today. We will allow you up to 2 minutes to give an opening statement. Following your opening statement, we have 5 questions we'd like to ask of you. You may take as much or as little time as you'd like with each question. However, the interview will stop after 15 minutes, even if all the questions have not been addressed. The board is interested in your responses to all the questions, so please keep in mind your time limit as you respond. So I'll let you know when your 2-minute opening statement's done, but you'll have to let us know when each of your questions are done.
Okay.
And then we'll go in order
Okay.
from 1 to 5.
Okay.
So I would say thank you for coming. And we'll begin with your 2-minute opening statement. Please tell us a little bit about yourself and be sure to include experiences relevant to this position and the strengths you would bring as a member of the board.
Okay, I'll start out with my education. I have a Bachelor's of Science in Electrical Engineering from Purdue University. I also have taken all the classes for my master's in Statistical Process Control from Cal State. I didn't complete my thesis. Okay, now I'll go to my work experience. Through high school, I ran a small beef cattle ranch in Indiana. I raised cows and then sold it for beef at the end of the year. After college, I got a job with Northrop, working on the Peacekeeper missile. I got promoted to senior scientist specialist. I worked on the navigation system of the missile. After that program wound down, I got a job with McDonnell Douglas and Boeing. I worked on the C-17 program for just short of 30 years. I had several different positions there. At one point, I managed UAW people and degreed engineers, so it was a diverse group. My final job, I was a lead engineer for aircraft recovery. I worked with the Air Force recovering planes that went down or had technical issues in the field. I spent a Christmas in Afghanistan recovering a plane. I worked with pilots updating the flight manual. I taught classes to young airmen on how systems worked and how to repair them. Currently, I'm on my 2nd term as a Riverside County Civil Grand Juror. The main thing we look at is we're investigating special districts. Also, I'm a certified sub with Marietta Valley Unified School District. I try to work half a dozen days a month with them. Vested in Temecula, we moved to Temecula in 2005. My son attended Vail Ranch and Margarita Middle, Temecula High School. He also, through the high school, he got his certification to be a medical assistant while in high school, and he's now RN with Palomar Hospital. My granddaughters both go to Pava Valley Elementary School. So that's it.
Thank you, Mr. Shaw. We have the first question for you. What are you proud of in this district? What would you like to accomplish as a board member? And what is your highest priority and why? And just for clarification, if you want us to repeat the questions, we will.
That's fine. Well, I really feel all you board members want the best for what's the kids, and I appreciate that. And their education, you can see, is good. If you look at the California Department of Education stoplight charts, the students are all still doing well. One thing I read of that I would like to address in those charts is 39% of the kids from grades 6 through 12 don't feel safe at school. And I think that's our most important thing, to make sure our students are safe at school, and I want to find out why they don't feel safe. The other thing I want to look at is our information technology department. I worry about them being hacked. I worry about our students and teachers' information being hacked and being compromised. And I want to make sure that we have a strong information technology department. Another thing is I worry about the students and teachers' mental health coming out of COVID. Teaching in Marietta Valley, I can see there's a lot of behavioral problems and a lot of stress with the teachers coming out of this because things have changed. So that's it.
Thank you.
Could you identify an issue related to public education or a recent board decision that you felt strongly about, and describe how you would balance community concerns, student needs, state and federal law, staff considerations, and your personal values and beliefs to determine how to vote on the issue?
Okay. One of them I was thinking about is the cell phone tower issue, okay? Being on the grand jury, I know that when a development is started, per CEQA, it has to have an environmental impact report. So I would like to know if we looked at that environmental impact report, and if it didn't address this radiation issue with our students, we need to know why. I think that's the biggest thing I've seen from you guys that I kind of question on how you made that decision. So that's it.
Practical one. Describe your response if a parent approached you in a grocery store and asked for your support on a particularly hot issue.
Well, first of all, I'd be a sounding board for them. I wouldn't try to make any decision from them. I understand that whatever they're telling me, it's anecdotal from what they know, what they see. I would take their information, bring it back to the board, and talk to it with you guys and see what you guys think about it, see if you're getting the same type of feedback that I would be getting. It's kind of the same thing I did when I worked with the Air Force, right? I was the Boeing contractor, and they'd be upset with Boeing, and I would have to be a sounding board for them and just let them, you know, voice their opinion to me. So that's it.
Understanding that the position is a provisional appointment until November of 2024, what would be your intentions thereafter?
I'd like to run for the position, but it worries me trying to be part of a PAC, right? I want everybody to work together, and I don't want PACs driving the whole board decisions, okay? But I'm going to try to run if I can, so. I worry about managing the money. I don't know anything about running for office, so managing funds coming in and going out, I don't know anything about that, so I would need some kind of help, but it would be my intention to try to run.
Considering the board cannot respond to you, is there anything else you'd like to share with us? And you have 9 minutes.
I don't need 9 minutes. I just appreciate what you all are doing. I really think you're trying to do the best for the kids, you know, just try to get around button heads all the time and figure out a way we can work out and do the best for the kids and teachers too. Our teachers are the most important thing, so that's it.
Thank you so much, Mr. Shaw, for your time and interest. You are welcome to join the audience for the remainder of the interviews. When all the interviews are complete, the board will discuss and vote to select and swear in a provisional appointment of the governing board position for trustee area 2, if we come to a consensus.
All right, thanks again.
The fifth candidate is also here and will be ready at 5:32.
It's not so much of a wait.
We are also calling candidates 7 through 12 to see if they can be here 10 minutes earlier. If not, we got to stick to the schedule, but we're trying to move it along.
Okay, we have a few minutes. Mic check. Oh, good. Okay, Sandy, would you mind calling in Emil Barham, please?
Hi.
Good evening.
Hello.
Mr. Barham.
Yes, sir.
Welcome here. We have 15 minutes for each applicant today. We will allow you up to 2 minutes to give an opening statement. Following your opening statement, we have 5 questions we'd like to ask of you, and the board will rotate the questions. You may take as much or as little time as you'd like with each question. However, the interview will stop after 15 minutes, even if all the questions have not been addressed. The board is interested in your responses to all the questions, so please keep the time limit in mind as you respond. So what I'll do is I'll stop you at the 2 minute just to let you know, and then we'll have 13 minutes for questions.
All righty.
And then you'll have to stop us after you've answered each question, and then we'll go on to the next. We won't interrupt you.
Sounds good.
We'll begin with your 2 minute opening statement. Please tell us a little bit about yourself. Be sure to include experiences relevant to this position and the strengths you would bring as a board member of this board.
Thank you very much for having me. I'm super, super excited to be here. My name is Emil Barham, and first I'd like to focus on the priorities that I would like to focus on if I am appointed by the board. I would like to focus on student achievement, academic growth, safety, student efficacy, and ensuring that while students are learning in our schools, that they feel valued and that there's a sense of belonging within them. I feel like my roles in the fields of education as well as accounting, strategic planning, and finance have equipped me for this role. I have a bachelor's degree in accounting. My experience with CPA firms and in the private sector, I feel, enabled me to competently and collaboratively oversee the budgetary process, allocating resources, and ensuring sound financial stewardship of taxpayer money. After transitioning to the education field, I worked in accounting for 13 years. I worked for 2 very large school districts. They were unified school districts. Was on the instructional leadership teams of 2 high schools in that district. I have a strong record of helping students, particularly in the underserved communities, of raising student achievement. I hold a master's degree in educational leadership. I have a social science credential, a math credential, an administrative credential. I have taught in the elementary setting, the middle school setting, 2 high schools, and rounding out my experience, I've worked at a major university in both the math and the history departments, mentoring student teachers.
That's your 2 minute opening statement. Thank you so much for that. Let me read off your first question. What are you proud of in this district? What would you like to accomplish as a board member? And what is your highest priority and why? And if you want me to repeat the question, I will.
Okay. Okay, so even before this opportunity arose, I moved here 2.5 years ago with my family. In fact, my entire family packed up because we wanted a better quality of life, and we wanted to afford Jax, who's going to be turning 4, who's going to be entering a TK, to be afforded the opportunity to attend great schools. So tragically, before we moved here, Jax's dad passed away, and thousands, it was either thousands of dollars in childcare versus Emil, who was retired, to step up and take care of this child. So I have been involved with him and in taking care of him, you know, coaching youth sports, et cetera. So these schools are very important to me. What I'm proud of is in talking with many students and parents in the community, the experiences that they articulate to me, the great teaching, their athletic experiences have been great. The VAPA programs that they talk about, the IB program that they talk about. When looking at the district, there's a lot of money invested in socio-emotional learning, which is very important because if students aren't mentally healthy, they can't learn. So I'm proud of the fact that the district recognizes that aspect of, you know, the learning process there. As far as what I want to accomplish as a board member, I would like to see a vision. I would like to see a process of goal setting that might be a little different than what you might be used to, in that I believe that each school needs a roadmap and that the stakeholders in the school need to develop that roadmap in terms of the metrics that might be directed, in terms of ELA, in terms of math, science, school climate. And what I believe in is that if each school is directed to collaborate and set their own goals, that all of those goals aggregate up, and then we have goals for the superintendent. And I've worked in that fashion before, and it's worked well because everybody has a stake in the game at that point. Teachers, administrators, staff, superintendent, and board. I would also like to see a board that is more data-driven, because if we're going to focus on student achievement and we're going to focus on academic growth, we have to be looking at data, and we have to be looking at what's working and what's not working so that we can make adjustments throughout the process and allocate resources where the student need is. So that's the accountability-driven piece. When you're looking at data, you're seeing where everybody is going, and when everybody has a goal, then everybody is more accountable. Let's see, what was the last part? There's a third part. Keep going.
What would you like to accomplish as a board member? I think you talked about that. Which is your highest priority and why? What are you proud of in this district? So maybe which is your highest priority and why? That would be
okay,
awesome.
my highest priority, it's not just with what I've just said as far as what I want to accomplish as a board member, but I want to take a more comprehensive look at the LCAP, because there are underserved populations. There's data in there relating to underserved populations that I think that we need to address in terms of how the English language learners are doing, how the students with disabilities are doing, and how the socioeconomically disadvantaged are doing. And it's not just them. I mean, when you review that LCAP, we have some issues to address with underserved populations that I think need a more comprehensive look. I taught special ed. I didn't teach special ed, but I did, you guys call it the push-in model, where I'm the regular education student or the regular education teacher, and a special ed teacher comes in and we work together. And to me, that's, you're in the least restrictive environment. And to me, I did it for 20 out of 24 years that I taught. And it's a really great model. But what's interesting is that group of kids it's trending in a different direction than it should. And I think that we need to sit down and figure out, because we're investing so much money into those areas, why some of these subgroups are not trending in the right direction. And I think that that brings about transparency. It brings about, you know, are we investing wisely, and is what we're investing in, is it working? And if not, shift to another direction. And that's, to me, that's what effective oversight is. It's doing those things. Okay, go.
Thank you.
Please identify an issue related to public education or a recent board decision that you felt strongly about, and describe how you would balance community concerns, student needs, state and federal law, staff considerations, and your personal values and beliefs to determine how to vote on the issue.
Thanks, Mrs. Barclay. Okay, all right. Okay. Well, the issue related to public education, I'm just going to reiterate, and it's not the only focus, but it's an important one. It's the underserved populations, for sure. But I'm going to address the issue. I'm going to address the TCI issue, the social studies curriculum. So I want to assume in addressing that the parental input that wasn't there, that seemed to be an issue in pushing the vote off, I want to assume that it's there. Because it was there, and I don't know what happened as to why something happened with it, but let's assume that it's there. Okay, so what are the laws here? Let me think. You've got the Williams Act. So you have to consider the Williams Act because that's textbook sufficiency. And what that means is that the students are entitled to a textbook that is standards-based, as well as all other instructional materials. So that's one thing to consider. And then you have the FAIR Act, which means that the state is going to direct publishers to publish books that address the contributions of diverse populations and students of peoples of different sexual orientations. That's the FAIR Act. And that is going to be, I mean, that's a law, and if frameworks are being, if frameworks and standards are being guided by that law, then we are going to see these people and groups in our textbooks as far as their contributions to history and society. So there's that. And it seems as if the FAIR Act, it seems to me from what I've read about it that you can look at and determine by grade level how you can apply it. So there's that. And then there's good old Harvey Milk. And age-appropriate curriculum and or objectionable. And you've got you've got parents who see Harvey Milk and they think we're teaching sex. And then you've got parents that think, well, maybe we're not teaching sex with Harvey Milk, but where could it go? Okay, in the classroom. And I'm talking about young children. And then you have parents whose perception is that we're teaching diversity or difference. And then you have maybe another parent who thinks, well, this was just a guy who had a different lifestyle, and he wanted to advocate for his rights. So there's all kinds of different perspectives on this, and what do you do with it? Do you keep back a social studies curriculum because of all of these things, or do you let it go? And my solution to this would have been Canvas. If we're, and you gave me a shout out for it, and you said, I don't have a problem with people posting on Canvas, because what it does is it gives parents an opportunity to see what their kids are being taught before it happens, which is going to allay a lot of fears of parents who have issues regarding sex or where it could lead. Post on Canvas, consider parents' fears, let them engage with their the teachers of their kids, and let it go to where parents have a say in what their kid is being taught. And if they have objections, they go talk to the teacher. But given all of that, if Canvas is in place, I vote to let the social studies curriculum be voted in.
Okay.
Next.
A more practical question.
All right, hurry, Mr. Schwartz.
And it happens. Describe your response if a parent approached you in a grocery store and asked for your support on a particularly hot issue.
All right, ready? It depends on what's hot to the teacher, or to the parent. If it's hot to them on a personal level relating to their kid, then it's the Schwartz doctrine. Go talk to the teacher, go talk to the principal. If you can't get it resolved, I'll direct you to staff and you can resolve it that way. Okay, next. If it's a hot global issue, then I'm an individual board member and I have no authority. I work collectively as a board. Please come to the meeting and let your comments be known, and we'll go from there.
Yes or no? The position's a provisional
Yes.
appointment till November
Go.
24.
Go.
Would your intentions be to?
Yes, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Barr.
Choose me. Choose me. I'm a unifying. Can I speak? I'm a unifier. Come on, guys.
Your time's up. I will read.
I'm the best qualified.
I will read to you this last part. Sorry, I had to get it. Thank you for your time and interest. You are welcome to join the audience for the remainder of the interviews. When all interviews are complete, the board will decide and vote to select and swear in the provisional appointment of the governing board position for trustee area 2. Thank you for your time. Oh, sorry.
The next candidate is ready at 5:53.
We have a couple minutes. Bathroom break. Thank you, everybody, for being patient. This is running smoothly. Where's Steve? Okay, Mr. Schwartz and Mrs. Barclay, I'm going to call out the next candidate in 1 minute. Okay, Sandy, would you please call out Mrs. Angela Tarasik, and we'll see how we pronounce her name when she gets out. Thank you, audience. And by the way, we've called in candidates 7 through 12 10 minutes early because it's flowing so well, so maybe we get out a little earlier tonight. Talarzik? Good evening, Angela, or Mrs. Angela Talarzik. Welcome. We have allowed 15 minutes for each applicant today. We will allow you up to 2 minutes to give an opening statement. Following your opening statement, we have 5 questions we'd like to ask of you. You may take as much or as little time as you'd like with each question, and we can repeat the questions if you'd like. However, the interview will stop after 15 minutes, even if all the questions have not been addressed. The board is interested in your responses to all the questions, so please keep the time limit in mind as you respond. And I'll just let you know, we'll stop you at the 2-minute warning, and then you stop us when you're done with each question. We won't interrupt you. When you're done, we'll go on to the next, and each board member will read them off. We'll begin with your 2-minute opening statement. Please tell us a little bit about yourself. Be sure to include experiences relevant to this position and the strengths you would bring as a member of the board. Feel free to start.
Okay. Hello, and thank you for inviting me here today. My name is Angela Talarzik, and I am here as a mother of 2 amazing children in the Temecula Valley Unified School District. They are at the center of everything I do. I am here as an educator and social worker. For 16 years, I have had my boots on the ground, listening, learning, and supporting students, families, and teachers. I know firsthand the challenges they face every day in the trenches. I am here as a supporter of social and emotional learning, to ensure that students are prepared to be productive, compassionate, and kind citizens in their communities. I am here as an advocate for mental health and removing the stigma. I work with students who are battling mental health struggles such as anxiety and depression, and they meet those challenges with grit and courage. I grew up in poverty, and I'm a first-generation college graduate. Education has the power to change lives and circumstances. I am here to make a meaningful impact on the education and environment for all students in this district. The role of the board carries great responsibility. The choices and policies made cannot be reckless, as they have consequences and ripple effects for students, families, teachers, and the community. While board members may come into the arena with their own lived experiences, personal agendas have no place here. We must make listening, seeking to understand, and learning a priority to foster a safe and inclusive environment for all. I am here with no agenda. I am here to act with integrity, to work together, and to earn trust. I am here as a public servant. It is who I am. I am here to do the work because this work matters. Thank you.
Thank you. First question, what are you proud of in this district? What would you, I know it's a loaded question. What would you like to accomplish as a board member? What is your highest priority and why? And I can repeat those if you want.
Okay. I'm really proud of the reputation of this district. We relocated here in 2022 from Indiana. We had roots. We were really happy in Indiana. So moving here, we did a lot of research. And we were really impressed with the reputation. We were really impressed with the rating. And so we moved here. We bought a house. And this is where we intend to plant new roots. And we plan to hopefully raise grandkids here. So that's what I'm really proud of. That's part of why I'm here. I'm also really proud of the teachers and what they have provided my daughter and my son, because it was really hard to move here, and they treated us like family, and they really worked hard to build relationships with us, and I was really grateful for that. I would say my biggest priority, if I was chosen for this appointment, would really be to rebuild trust. I think that this is a wonderful community. We have really good people here, and I think that that's priority number one, is for the community to heal and to build trust. And that trust is something that has to be earned. And so I understand that that's a huge task that I would have, and that's one of my biggest priorities. I would also want to see us really making fiscal, responsible decisions. And so my hope is that there is a decision made today, and that it's not going to cost the district a lot more money having to go do a special election. So I hope there is a choice today.
Are you done with the first question?
Was that all of the question?
What are you proud of in the district? I think you'd answer, what would you like to accomplish as a board member? What is your highest priority and why? If you feel good. Okay, Mrs. Barclay.
Okay. Please identify an issue related to public education or a recent board decision that you felt strongly about, and describe how you would balance community concerns, student needs, state and federal law, staff considerations, and your personal values and beliefs to determine how to vote on the issue.
As a mental health advocate, as someone that really sees the need for students to have social emotional learning weaved into academic instructional practices, that is something that I really feel passionate about. That is something that I would be willing to vote on. I see students, I work at a high school, I see students every single day, and they're hurting, they're struggling. They need more mental health support, but also we need to find time within the day to provide that social and emotional learning. Teachers are willing to do the work. We want to be able to teach students how to resolve conflicts, how to manage anger in an appropriate way, how to manage their stress, teamwork. These are all life skills, and really they're employability skills. When you look at the workforce, what they're lacking is students with those soft skills. And so that is something that I really see a need in public education because our students are hurting. What I would also say to the second part of that question, sometimes we pass policies that they sound really good in theory. Well, yeah, I want parents to be completely informed of everything that we're doing all day long. But I have seen the ramifications firsthand in working with students with some of the policies that have been implemented. And there are students that they don't feel affirmed, they don't feel seen, they don't feel safe, and they actually feel discriminated against. And that, as a social worker and a mental health advocate, is devastating to see a student come to school and they don't know if they're safe. And so I think that it's going to be really important when we implement procedures and policies that we're making sure everyone, that their voice is being heard. And I think that also includes students.
Here's a practical one. Describe your response if a parent approached you in a grocery store and asked for your support on a particularly hot issue.
I would encourage them to reach out to board members. I would also encourage them to come to public meetings and have their voice be heard.
Understanding that the position is a provisional appointment until November of 2024, what would be your intentions thereafter?
Well, if the community would have me, I would hope to stay and continue to serve and do the work. And then I also have intentions of working to get my admin credential as well.
Okay, considering that the board cannot respond to you, is there anything else that you'd like to share with us? And keep in mind, you have 8 minutes.
I would like to share that I think I bring a unique perspective to the table. I have worked at the elementary level, I've worked at the middle school level, and I'm now working at the high school level. And I also worked 2 years at the district level. So I think that I bring a unique perspective because I have worked at all of those levels. I also think I bring an interesting lens with having my mental health experience, my social work background. It's kind of the social work and education together. And so I think I do bring a really unique skill set. I think I also bring a really unique lens. Part of my job is listening. And so I think I'm really good at that. I'm constantly seeking to understand and listening to what other people have to say and giving them that space to have a voice. And so I think that that would serve me well in this position. I also think that I have really good interpersonal skills. I know how to work well with others, and I know how to be a team player. I've had a lot of experience working the micro level, that direct service all day, every day with students, parents, teachers, administrators, psychologists, all of them. And we have to collaborate together. But I also bring the macro experience because I worked at the district level and we were trying to really create our MTSS framework. And so working at that higher level with policies and programming, I really developed my leadership skills and I really learned a lot. I think I also have a unique ability in that we have to tussle sometimes with things. We have to be willing to have courageous conversations, sometimes challenging conversations. And how can we have those conversations? How can we disagree, but then still work as a team, right? And so I think that that's a unique ability that I bring. I also think that my experience growing up in poverty, I think I bring a lot of empathy and compassion, and so I have an ability to put myself in the shoes of parents that are struggling. I have the ability to put my shoes, my feet in students' shoes that maybe they're going through a difficult time, or maybe they're experiencing trauma. And so I think that brings an interesting perspective as well with what I bring to the board.
Thank you, Mrs. Telarsik. For your time and interest, you are welcome to join the audience for the remainder of the interviews. When all the interviews are complete, the board will discuss and vote to select and swear in the provisional appointment to the governing board position for trustee area 2.
All right, thank you so much.
Okay, we're going to take a 15-minute break. The other candidate's not here yet, so we'll try at 6:20. Be in your seats at 6:20. Thank you. Am I good? Am I? Okay, so in 10 minutes, we're going to bring out the next candidate. 10 minutes. So at 6:36, I'll be bringing them out. Okay, I'll be calling out the next candidate in 3 minutes. 3 minutes.
Lene was saying that like Cynthia's not here, but Gary's here.
He can't skip Cynthia though, so
But like just switch places? No?
No. Only because we were thinking about dealing with that with the last candidate, and I hear you. Okay, Sandy, would you mind calling out Mr. Martin Bermudez? Bermudez, sorry. Wow. It's gonna be so loud. Oh my God, it's so loud. Can't make it soft.
Do I have to? All right. Okay.
He's ready.
Sure. Is this thing on? Okay, great.
Okay, Mr.
Thank you.
Bermudez?
Yes, sir.
Good evening. We have allowed 15 minutes for each applicant today. We will allow you up to 2 minutes to give an opening statement. Following your opening statement, we'll have 5 questions we'd like to ask of you. You may take as much or as little time as you'd like with each question. However, the interview will stop after 15 minutes, even if all the questions have not been answered or addressed. The board is interested in your responses to all the questions, so please keep the time limit in mind as you respond. I'll let you know when your 2 minutes are up for your opening statement. Right. After that, I won't interrupt you. Just let us know when you're done answering a question, and then we'll kick it off to the next board member, because each of us will ask you.
Yes, sir.
That being said, we'll begin with your 2-minute opening statement. Please tell us a little bit about yourself. Be sure to include experiences relevant to this position and the strengths you would bring as a member of the board.
Thank you, Dr. Komorowski. My name is Martin Bermudez. I'm a resident of
District 2. And just to kind of give you a little bit of a quick introduction about me, and I'll make this uncharacteristically brief. I grew up in the San Fernando Valley. My dad had an auto body shop. He built cars for NBC. You might have seen them before, the Knight Rider car and the A-Team and Miami Vice and a number of other things. So, my love of chemicals started then, I guess, because there's plenty of that. I'm a chemist by training. I'm a Golden Bear graduate of UC Berkeley in chemistry. The other Golden Bears. My son's a Golden Bear across the street, sophomore now. And, I have a couple of designations, Certified Environmental Management System Lead Auditor, as well as Certified Professional Environmental Auditor. I know, what does that have to do with this job, right? To be sure, I've been a consultant with BSI for the last 10 years. As of July 1, I started with Scorpios Technologies, about 4 miles that way. We're a semiconductor manufacturing fab, and I am the Director of Environmental Health and Safety there. It's a great opportunity, and it speaks to some of the other interests that I have with the school district as it relates to STEM. But just to summarize things, again, my specialty is chemistry and environmental health and safety. From a management standpoint, I've got about 20 years of management experience in that realm as well. And just to kind of give you a little bit of an idea what I do currently. Thank you.
Thank you. What are you? There's a question, number one's loaded. What are you proud of in this district? What would you like to accomplish as a board member, and what's your highest priority and why? And I can repeat that if you want as we go.
I'm clear on the question, Doctor. Honestly, I'm most proud of TVUSD's track record for safety and security. I think that's, it's something that doesn't get recognized enough. The fact that, you can keep thousands of children safe every day, that's an astonishing accomplishment. I'm thankful that my son's in the school district every day because, it's a safe environment where, he can feel free to pursue his academic pursuits or arts, whatever he likes to do, and not live in fear of being bullied or just plain fear, right? So to me, that's a huge accomplishment. As a board member, what I'd like to do is maximize the resources available for the Temecula Valley Unified School District. And by that, I mean, national, state, county, district, city fundraising and endowments, volunteerism, whatever it takes to bring revenue to TVUSD. It takes massive amounts of capital to stage a competitive educational environment that supports STEM, sports, the arts, vocational, technical training. So that would be my main focus, is to find revenue channels for the school district.
Thank you.
Okay, please identify an issue related to public education or a recent board decision you felt strongly about, and describe how you would balance community concerns, student needs, state and federal law, staff considerations, and your personal values and beliefs to determine how to vote on the issue.
I appreciate the question, Allison. I'm a chemical engineer and a scientist. My Christianity informs the important decisions that I make, and speaks to who I am as a professional, individual, in a work environment, family environment, etc. Truthfully, I tend to stray away from the misty realm of feelings and emotions, only because, I'm of the belief that can cloud a person's judgment. So, when it comes to making important decisions, I weigh the facts and consider all the alternative viewpoints and consider them as well. So, that's what that means to say is, I have a certain set of principles that I guide my life with, guide myself with. And what I wanted to add real quick is, I think it's important to, to live beyond reproach in public and in private. It makes for congruency and lends confidence to, to people I work with or the school district or kids, whatever the case might be. So I hope I answered your question satisfactorily, Allison.
There's a more practical question you might run into. Yes, describe your response if a parent approached you in a grocery store and asked for your support on a particularly hot issue.
Yes, actually, that was a great question. Depends on how much time I have and if I have to get home right away and cook something. But I welcome these kinds of interactions. I think accessibility is important. And if I have the time on my hands, I'll engage with that person and hear them out. We might not come to a conclusion right then and there, at the checkout line at, Aldi, but I'm certainly interested in having these kinds of conversations with our constituents. If necessary, I'd set up a one-on-one meeting with them and hear them out. To me, it's super important. I mean, I'm introverted by nature, but when it comes to things like this, it's important to get out there and be accessible to parents, see what their concerns are, and hear them out, and find out if I could offer a solution. If I can't offer a solution, then I may need some help. Thank you.
Understanding that the position is a provisional appointment until November of 2024, sure. What would your intentions be thereafter?
Well, it depends on a number of things, but I'd certainly like to see, my tenure continue if I was to be, somehow found worthy for this position. But that side of politics is a little bit foreign to me. At Scorpios Technologies, for example, at my company, I'm the political affairs. What do you call it? Anyway, let's just say I handle political affairs for the company, and I've interacted with a number of, government officials. Most recently with anyway, one of our representatives in Congress, Darrell Issa. There we go. So, there's a number of things that I think, I bring to the table in that I'm already communicative with different, government agencies as well as some people in politics, and I think that would help us. It's all about access and doing what I can do to benefit the school district. Thanks.
Okay, last question. Considering that the board cannot respond to you, is there anything else that you'd like to share with us? And you have 6.5 minutes if you choose to use it all.
Right. Probably not. I mean, I guess if I could add something is, I don't view the Temecula Valley School District as anything other than whole and complete. That's the first thing I want to say. The second thing I want to say is, my emphasis and one of the reasons why I really feel strongly about being here is I'd like to see more comprehensive STEM curriculum in the school district. I really think that's going to put us on the map. There's a great tech campus being built up along just at the foot of the hills over by Duluth, right? When you go on the other side of the freeway. And, I really think we can make the Temecula Valley Unified School District the wonder of the ages as it relates to STEM education, graduation into those disciplines of science, technology, engineering, mathematics. And, that's one of that's what I'm sold out on. I believe we've got the resources to, do some astonishing things in the STEM realm. So I appreciate you taking the time to hear me out, and it's a privilege to be of service to you.
Thank you, Mr. Bermudez. Thank you for your time and interest. You are welcome to join the audience for the remainder of the interviews. I'm sorry, they're clapping for you.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Thank you, gentlemen, ladies.
When all the interviews are complete, the board will discuss and vote to select and swear in a provisional appointment of the governing board position for trustee area 2. And how are we on time?
Next candidate is ready at 6:53.
Oh, okay, 5 minutes. So I'll bring him out in 3 minutes. Okay, Sandy, would you mind bringing out Mrs. Cynthia Allen? Good evening, Ms. Cynthia Allen. Welcome. We have allowed 15 minutes for each applicant today. We will allow you up to 2 minutes to give an opening statement. Following your opening statement, we have 5 questions we would like to ask you. You may take as much or as little as time as you want with each question. However, the interview will stop after 15 minutes, and we got a clock behind us.
Okay.
Even if all the questions have not been addressed, the board is interested in your responses to all the questions, so please keep the time limit in mind as you respond. What we'll do is when we start your 2 minutes, I'll give you the notice that your 2 minutes has expired, and then we'll do questions throughout the board. You let us know when you're done with each question. We won't interrupt you. When you say you're done, then we'll go to the next question, okay? We'll begin with your 2-minute opening statement. Please tell us a little bit about yourself. Be sure to include experiences relevant to this position and the strengths you would bring as a member of the board.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, President Komrosky, board members, Superintendent Woods, cabinet members, and guests. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to interview with you this evening for the vacant board position. My name is Cindy Allen. I've lived in Temecula since 2019. I believe that I have the knowledge, experience, and skills necessary for this position. I'm a wife, mother, grandmother, and great-grandmother. Spending time with my family is one of my greatest joys. I believe I was put on this planet to make a difference in the lives of children. My educational background is in child and human development. My master's degree is in educational counseling with a PPS credential. I've also gone back to school to get my clear administrative credential. I retired last June after 29 years in the public school system. I was in Pomona for 22 years and 6.5 at Norwalk-La Mirada USD. My experience includes staff evaluations, working with budgets, handling complaints from staff and parents, partnering with community agencies, training staff, successfully led 2 federal reviews, 2 state reviews. I've sat on the California Head Start Association board. I've sat on the Pomona Associated Certificated and Classified Employees. I've represented the district at AXA Region 15-minute meetings. I've attended and presented at multiple conferences. I've advocated at legislative action days in Sacramento and Washington, D.C. I've written grants at the county, state, and federal level to receive millions of dollars to add and upgrade facilities and add more services for children and families. I feel passionate about working with parents, listening to their concerns, encouraging them in the tough times, ensuring that all students have equal access to an education regardless of their abilities or social status. It is the district's responsibility to meet students where they are and, if necessary, provide additional supports. I have the abilities to have the tough conversations when necessary, be an excellent listener.
Okay, your opening statement is over. Sorry to interrupt there. Okay, we will begin with the questions.
Okay.
What are you proud of in the district? What would you like to accomplish as a board member? And which is your highest priority and why? And if you need to in the middle of this, I'll repeat the question.
Okay, sounds great. This district has outstanding extracurricular activities for students. The graduation rate is very high compared to other districts that I've been at and ones that I've compared. Parent involvement is high. Many different options for students that are not students that have not chosen the traditional learning. I think my highest would be to ensure that the education level to get the students where they need to be to graduate, it should start very early, that every student learns to read and have good math and problem-solving skills before they even move beyond 2nd, 3rd, 4th grade. It's essential that it start early on. I think I answered it. Can you repeat it one more time?
Oh, yeah. What are you proud of in this district? What would you like to accomplish as a board member? What's your highest priority and why?
Okay, I think I answered that.
Thank you.
Okay, please identify an issue related to public education or a recent board decision you felt strongly about, and describe how you would balance community concerns, student needs, state and federal law, staff considerations, and your personal values and beliefs to determine how to vote on the issue.
Okay. There's a lot of hot topics that I feel strong about, but I'm going to go with the one with the cell towers on the campuses. This is something near and dear to my heart. I did my homework years ago when cell towers were popping up and the electrical wires that were being built near homes and schools. And all the data that I see, or that I saw and that I still continue to see, has a lot of information about what's being emitted, how many feet, the FDA, and that's all good. Some of it goes a little over my head, but what really spoke volumes to me is when I looked at towers around the world and the number of leukemia and cancer little dots that were around those. Europe has done extensive work, and when I saw that, I knew for sure you made the right decision in not allowing any more cell phone towers on our campuses. I think I'm done with that one.
Here's a practical one you might run into. Describe your response if a parent approached you in the grocery store and asked for your support on a particularly hot issue.
Okay. I would tell the parent that I really wanted to meet with them and hear more about what they had to say. And I would give them my card and say, can you please call and set up an appointment with me? I would be happy to hear more about it, but I would in no way ensure them in any way that I would side with them. I would just listen to them. But I would ask that they respect my time in the grocery store and set an appointment.
Understanding that the position is a provisional appointment until November of 2024, what would be your intentions thereafter?
Okay. I've committed the last few weeks to really doing my best to fill out the application, get the interview, and I'm hoping that if I am selected that I would be happy to run again to keep that position.
Okay, thank you. Last question. Considering that the board cannot respond to you, is there anything else that you'd like to share with us? I noticed I interrupted your 2-minute introduction. So you have almost 9 minutes.
Okay.
You don't have to use them, but you can if you want.
I've practiced so much on my 2 minutes that I'm talking so fast now because I don't want to run out of time. First of all, I just want to say thank you again for this opportunity, and I know that I will do my best to hear the concerns of the families, the staff, and the students. I would weigh out different options for different decisions that would be made. I would make the best decision based on my knowledge and experience that would benefit the students. I would treat everyone with respect, honesty, dignity, and make responsible choices. And my last little thing I wanted to say was I will try my best to find common ground to make the best decisions for the children, staff, and parents in the community. That is why I think I am a great fit for the vacant position as a school board member.
I didn't want to interrupt the audience. I did last time.
Okay.
Thank you, Mrs. Allen, for your time and interest. You are welcome to join the audience for the remainder of the interviews.
Okay.
When all the interviews are complete, the board will discuss and vote to select and swear in the provisional appointment to the governing board position for trustee area 2.
Okay, thank you.
And where are we at on time?
The next candidate is ready at 7:09.
Okay, call them out in 7 or 8 minutes, all right. And just to let the audience know, we got 4 more interviews. Okay, Sandy, would you mind calling out Mr. Gariotti? Thank you. Okay, audience, the next candidate's coming out. Good evening, Mr. Gariotti. We have allowed 15 minutes for each applicant today. We will allow you up to 2 minutes to give an opening statement. Following your opening statement, we have 5 questions we'd like to ask of you. You may take as much or as little time as you'd like with each question. However, the interviewer will stop after 15 minutes even if all the questions have not been addressed. The board is interested in your responses to all the questions, so please keep the time limit in mind as you respond. What I'll do is once we start, I'll let you know when your 2 minutes are up for the opening, and then once we start into questions, we'll go one at a time. You just let us know when you're done answering a question, then we'll move on.
Okay.
We won't interrupt you on those.
Great, thank you.
And we can clarify the questions for you and restate them for you. With that being said, we'll begin with your 2-minute opening statement. Please tell us a little bit about yourself. Be sure to include experiences relevant to this position and the strengths that you would bring as a member of the board.
Great. Well, thank you, President Komrosky, Clerk Wiersma, Superintendent Woods, for this opportunity to possibly serve with you. Our family has been blessed to live in Temecula for 35 years. My wife and I have had the fortune to be involved in shaping this community, raising our 3 daughters, working, worshiping, and volunteering. Temecula and TVUSD mean a great deal to us. And my faith tells me that the qualities I can bring to this board can help us work together to make TVUSD the best it can be for our children and our grandchildren. In my nearly 50-year career, as referenced in my application, I have served youth from a breadth of multiple engagements, from being the administrator of a K-5 charter school to instructing postgraduate adults at Concordia University, from coaching at a private prep school to being a specialist for middle school students with special needs, from opening an elementary school as a principal to opening high school facilities as an athletic director. These varied experience and perspectives shape the board member I would be. My success in bringing together teams, groups, and staffs, my passion for serving others, and a record of fighting for safe, welcoming schools where all students can thrive should be considered. And I feel in my heart that these are the qualities that I would bring to the good work of this board. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, first question, it's a loaded one. What are you proud of in this district? What would you like to accomplish as a board member? And what's your highest priority and why?
Thank you, Dr. Komrosky. I'm proud of many things with this district. I know the district well. I think when you look at what is it I would most be proud of would be the caring environment that has been built in this district and exists even today. We've experienced a partnership with teachers, administrators, staff, and families that is just very special. It's special to this community. It is a part of what we've been proud of as parents and grandparents in this school district, and most proud of as educators who have been a part of building that community in the school district and in the city. I believe that students have been connected, and when you go around our district, you see that each little neighborhood school, each charter school, the magnet school, the high schools, the middle school, those students are connected in a way that they can be involved and a part of that educational community. And that just says a great deal for the climate that I talked about earlier. In terms of accomplishments as a board member, I would just like to build momentum on all the positive things we've done in the district and build on that positive climate to keep the ball rolling on utilizing the resources such as those amazing families that we have, our top facilities, the great technology that we have here, the exemplary staff, the focus on safety for our students. So that would be what I'm looking at as an accomplishment, is to just keep the momentum of this district going to bring it to the next level. The two areas of focus that I would say are a priority would be to define our district's goals for the next generation. So when we look at our goals, we have some great goals. We have some great board goals. But at the same time, they're pretty much in the present, and I really believe in backward planning as the way to go. So look at what we want to look like for our children, for our grandchildren, in that next generation. What does this district want to look like? And then set benchmarks to achieve that goal. And in doing so, I believe that we need to devise systems that are efficient, you know, especially in these financial times when we're looking at some fiscal restraints coming at us, that we look at our systems, how do we trim and become even more efficient and effective within those systems? And then looking at my other priority would be, of course, safety, because I'm a firm believer in if a student is not feeling safe, if a staff is not feeling safe and trusted in that environment, nothing else is going to happen. And that great learning cannot happen. But once we have a safe environment where people feel secure, then great learning, great things can happen, and success will happen. Thank you.
Can you please identify an issue related to public education or a recent board decision you felt strongly about, and describe how you would balance community concerns, student needs, state and federal law, staff considerations, and your personal values and beliefs to determine how to vote on the issue?
Well, I think, you know, I mentioned it in my first answer. I'm kind of hyper-focused on safety, but I think in these times we have to kind of redirect our thinking towards the fiscal area. And I think that is a huge issue in public education. And of course, we are bound to what's going on in the state with the funds that come our way. So I think that, you know, if I were on the board and shaping policy and voting on issues of fiscal matters, I would always be looking at data. What types of things have worked in other places? what has worked for us in the past. What are the resources that we have, and how can we trim those with keeping those efficient things going? And I think you get that from, first of all, listening to staff. So be a good listener. Listen to your experts. We just had a fiscal report here by a very good expert on our staff, our fiscal director. So I think that you have to listen to staff first. Then you want to look outside. Look at what other districts are doing, what has been successful in other places. And absolutely, this applies to any issue in education, any policy that we're shaping here, any vote that we have. Be able to listen to your colleagues and your fellow board members and trustees and hear where they're coming from on the issue. And then find ways to collaborate and make the best decisions that will go directly to our students and be the best for them.
This one may be a little more practical. Describe your response if a parent approached you in a grocery store and asked for your support on a particularly hot issue.
Okay. Happens a lot in Temecula, absolutely. I think my experience, in education, but currently I'm on a commission for the city of Temecula, and this happens a lot. I'm on the Community Service Commission, and there's so many people interested in all the fun things we offer in that community service department. I worked with Dr. Komrosky on skate parks at one point. And you have to be, in that situation, Dr. Komrosky is the expert explaining to me what the best design and where the best places for a skate park would be. So, you want to be an empathetic, good listener to start with. The next thing for that person who was asking for support, I would then guide them in the right direction so that they could feel empowered, so that their issue they are empowered that that issue was listened to and they were able to go through a process and feel like that they were important in going through the process to get that issue solved. So again, I think it's key that being on the board, any public service, to keep in mind that servant leadership, the modeling, the listening, the empowering, the collaborating, those are all the things that are necessary to have a great Board of Education, to then have a great unified school district.
Understanding that the position is a provisional appointment until November of 2024, what would be your intentions thereafter?
Well, I am at a place in my life where I want to serve. I want to wake up every morning and I want to say that I did something good for people. And I am absolutely 100% certain, appointment or not, I would be interested in running for this board position come November. It would be high on my priority list.
Okay, last question. Considering that the board cannot respond to you, is there anything else you'd like to share with us? And you have 4 minutes. You can use them or not use them, but time's yours.
Okay, thanks, Dr. K. I think, just what I just said, I want you to know that I so appreciate what you do every day you get up to serve our community. I know that it's been a contentious year. I absolutely understand everything that's been said on either side of an argument. And it's hard, it sometimes might be hard to believe, but, and I know that I've come up and done public comments here before too, and I've stated that I'm just looking for a way to have the board be able to move and have everybody's beliefs heard and understood and come to a place where we can collaborate so that we are doing the best for kids. I've got up every day in my adult life and walked a godly life. And I feel that serving in public schools, That doesn't change. It doesn't change when you pull into a parking lot and you've got a big wooden cross hanging from your rearview mirror, and then I get out of my car. Nobody had to see the cross. I think that my students, my parents, my staff know where I am in terms of my values. So I'm so intent on hearing every side of an argument and then doing what's best for students. And I really want to emphasize too that in my career with staffs, groups, teams, I feel a collaborative leader. That I tend to lean towards that style of leadership. But, you know, I just came out of a few things today where I was just dealing with individuals where there was a conflict. And I feel like my experience in dealing with conflicts and dealing with disagreements and having a knack to bringing people together should be considered if there were an appointment made this evening. And then lastly, just thank you one more time for the opportunity along with all these other wonderful candidates. I mean, what a blessing to see these talented people who want to come and serve as you do. So it's been an inspiring night in regard to that, knowing that I'm number 9. You still got a couple more to go, but we're doing pretty good. Thank you for the time at the end. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Audi, for your time and interest. You're welcome to join the audience for the remainder of the interviews. When all the interviews are complete, the board will discuss and vote to select and swear in a provisional appointment to the governing board position for trustee area 2. Thank you. And where are we at on time for the next?
The next candidate is ready in 1 minute.
Oh, yes. Okay, is the audience as excited as we are to keep on going? All right. We are ready for you to call it Mrs. Aaron Hoover. Oh, sorry, Mr. Aaron Hoover. Sorry, it's late. Mr. Aaron Hoover. Thank you, Sandy. Okay.
Good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Aaron Hoover. We allowed 15 minutes for each applicant today. We will allow up to 2 minutes to give you an opening statement. Following your opening statement, we'll have 5 questions we'd like to ask of you. You may take as much or little time as you would like with each question. However, the interview will stop after 15 minutes. We got a clock on the wall. Even if all questions have not been addressed. The board is interested in your responses to all the questions, so please keep in mind the time limit as you respond. And what I'll do is when we start, I'll let you know when your 2 minutes are up, and then we'll go into the 13 remaining minutes of questions. When you're done answering a question, you tell us when you're ready to move on. We won't interrupt you because we'll give you as much time, and then we'll just shift questions from board member to board member. With that, we'll begin with your 2-minute opening statement. Please tell us a little bit about yourself. Be sure to include experiences relevant to this position and the strengths you'd bring as a member of the board.
Thank you, and thank you for allowing me to participate in this process. Very exciting time for our district. My name is Aaron Hoover. My wife and I have lived in Temecula for 2.5 years. She is she's administrator at the district. We have a 4-year-old son, and we love Temecula. We love being here. We love our school district. A little bit about myself, my background. I don't have a background in education. I lean on my wife for that. But I do have experience working with children, working as a high school football coach, and also serving in service organizations serving a religious mission for 2 years. Just giving me a lot of really great perspective and opportunities and experiences to serve others throughout my life. So a little bit about myself is I come from a large family. My mother was an educator for a number of years in Huntington Beach and Fountain Valley. Family of entrepreneurs, people who love this country, people who love their families. I apologize. And I'm sorry, can you repeat that second portion?
It's
Just
your
my
opening
intro.
statement.
Okay.
Yep.
I
Okay.
apologize, I'm nervous here, but
Sorry, you almost had it, and it's over, but we can come back
Okay,
to that.
that's fine, that's fine, that's fine.
You were getting there. First question, and I can repeat this, by the way, if you forget, I'll remind you. What are you proud of in this district? What would you like to accomplish as a board member? And what is your highest priority and why?
Sure. So I wanted to keep things personally to me and my family. Our son, he is involved with the PCC program at an elementary school in the district. And our son was born during COVID. He had a lot of speech issues and some things socially that we could only work as you know, my wife and I could only do so much during COVID. And we put him in private training to help with his speech. Since we've put him in this PCC program, we've noticed a huge turnaround with his development, his speech development, his ability to interact, his confidence. I know it sounds silly, but 4-year-olds can display confidence as well. He does that by talking all the time at home, never stops talking. We are so delighted in his change. So I wanted to keep things on a very personal level to me and my family. We love the teachers here that work with him. We love the school that he is associated with. So that's to answer your question. Yeah. Sorry.
Thank you.
Okay, could you identify an issue related to public education or a recent board decision that you feel strongly about and describe how you would balance community concerns, student needs, state and federal law, staff considerations, and your personal values and beliefs to determine how to vote on the issue?
Sure, that's quite the question. So, you know, just in terms of state or education, you know, I most recently just looking at this most recent board meeting with prevention, drug prevention, substance abuse, alcohol prevention. I looked at AB 33 that talks about fentanyl, talks about the nothing in terms of this district, but statewide, and eventually it is a district concern, and for parents in this community with fentanyl. But I'm excited that it was a bipartisan effort within the state level to bring it down to the local level, and for these school boards to address it. And to give these kids the resources and tools for prevention. That's their ticket. Is the prevention, is the tools and the resources. And so I'm glad that we're addressing those things. And in terms of the second half, I apologize, Ms. Barclay. My head is all over the place. So, well, the second portion of your question.
No worries, I've been in your exact same. So how you would balance all those concerns that were listed to determine how you would vote on a certain issue?
Absolutely. So in terms of allocating funds, training, development, I would be in support of that. You know, I grew up in Orange County in an affluent area. I had drugs, people look at drugs and alcohol use as like something you'd see in other neighborhoods, but it's everywhere. It's in affluent neighborhoods. I had a lot of friends I grew up with that that ruined their lives due to substance abuse. So I would be in support of any trainings, funding to address those concerns.
This one's a little more practical. You might run into it, actually. Describe your response if a parent approached you in a grocery store and asked for your support on a particularly hot issue.
Yeah. So my initial concern would be hi, shake their hand, and I would, throughout my experiences in life, through mission work, through coaching, being a listener has helped me become successful. Listening to people's stories, listening to people's concerns is the best practice. So I would tell that person if they came up to me in a grocery store, let's talk. Let's set up a meeting and let's talk. I'd like to hear your concern.
Understanding that the position is a provisional appointment until November 2024, what would be your intentions thereafter?
I haven't thought that far, to be honest with you. I want to give the people here, full transparency. I have no ambitions to run for a political office. It's not a launch pad for anything greater. I chose to put my name in this hat because I thought I could make a difference. So I have no ambitions for any political office, but I want to serve on this board. If after my term is done, hopefully I can get the good graces of the community.
Thank you. And last question. Considering that the board cannot respond to you, is there anything else that you'd like to share with us? You have 6.5 minutes. You can either use it or not use it. It's all your time.
I don't have maybe the great acumen or the experience in education that some of the candidates have, but I have been in some great opportunities and great experiences and be able to relate with people, all people. I attended a very diverse school. I played sports in high school and throughout college. I have a great group of friends from all different classes of life, religion, race, everything. And I think we all do. And I think that's what makes us stronger. I'm grateful for this opportunity to come here tonight. I also wanted to share, I have a real passion for professional development, for learning opportunities for children. That's really what I wanted to platform, is learning opportunities for kids, expanding opportunities. It's really great that our district has a CTE program that partners with the community, that gets kids hands-on, work opportunities, give them hope. A lot of candidates talked about mental health. I think you address mental health and a lot of the anxiety through opportunities. Give these kids opportunities, and let's get creative, and let's not leave that idle time or that room, that isolation. Let's get kids active. Let's get them educated and give them opportunities. And so I have a whole list of ideas that I wrote down, things I can't share tonight, obviously, but in terms of those opportunities, but I think they will serve this community and the parents of these children. So.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Hoover. Thank you for your time and interest. You are welcome to join the audience for the remainder of the interviews. When all the interviews are complete, the board will discuss and vote to select and swear in a provisional appointment to the governing board position for trustee area 2.
All right. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Okay, 2 more. And how are we on time?
Next candidate is ready at 7:40, about 3 minutes.
Okay, 3 minutes. Okay, so I'll call on 2. All right. Oh, he's ready now. Sandy, would you mind bringing out Mr. Andrew Latona? Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Latona. We have allowed 15 minutes for each applicant today. We will allow up to 2 minutes for you to give an opening statement. Following your opening statement, we have 5 questions we'd like to ask you. You may take as much or as little time as you'd like with each question. However, the interview will stop after 15 minutes, even if all the questions have not been addressed. The board is interested in your responses to all the questions, so please keep in mind the time limit as you respond. What I'll do is when we start your clock, when you're ready, I'll let you know when your 2 minutes are up for the opening. And then when we go to questions, we'll alternate between board members. We won't interrupt you. You let us know when you're done with each question, and then we'll go to the next one. And if you want us to restate the question, we will.
Okay, thank you.
You can begin.
Good evening, board members.
Thank you. You know what? I'm sorry. I forgot this last part. We'll begin with your 2-minute opening statement. Please tell us a little bit about yourself. Be sure to include experiences relevant to this position and the strengths that you'd bring as a member of the board.
Good evening, board members. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to interview for Trustee Area 2 board member position. My first time here was 7 months ago. I was right in front of you, asking you to find a way to compromise. Now I stand in front of you, letting you know that I am the bridge to compromise. I'm a first-generation American. I've been married to my wife for 22 years, so I know how to compromise. But most of the time, she's right. I have 2 boys I have 4 boys, 2 boys that attend Chaparral High School and 2 boys that attend Nicholas Valley. For the last 15 years, I've been in higher education, helping and guiding people to their educational and career goals. During my free time, you'll find me with my family doing family activities, or you'll find me in the backyard next to my smoker and griller. The reason why I applied to the school board position is because TVUSD has a very special place in my heart. 13 years ago, we started at Helen Jackson Special Education classes. 7 years later, we found ourselves at Los Alamos for their special education classes. I want to thank the teachers and the staff of TVUSD. You helped my sons find their speech. You are the real heroes. As a current parent of a child in special education classes, I know it takes a village to raise our children. This is my opportunity to give back to the village by serving the board. It's time that we stop arguing. It's time that we start listening to each other. It's time that we come and find the common ground. It's time that we put politics aside and focus on providing the best education for our children because they deserve it. If appointed, I will have 3 policies. Ensure that the policies that the board is creating is going to help our children.
Sorry, Mr. Latona, the 2 minutes are up, but you probably have a lot of time to finish up at the end. We'll move to the questions. This is a 3-part first question. What are you proud of in this district? What would you like to accomplish as a board member? And which is your highest priority and why? And you can ask that we restate the question if you want.
What I'm most proud of are the teachers and the staff. 13 years ago, my son was not talking. We had to hold little cue cards for when he was hungry. And now he talks a storm. He's able to make his own lunch. That is what I'm proud of, is the staff and teachers. They helped, and I always told people, why do I commute 10 hours or 4 hours a day? Because I'm getting a private education here in Temecula Valley. That's what I'm most proud of. What the school district or the schools should work on or improve, in my opinion, would be offering more special education courses or aid to our kids. Something that I think lacks everywhere is preparing our children for life skills. There's like a big missing area there. And we're talking not just life skills into college. We're talking about, we all know some kids aren't going to college, but prepare them for life. Because at the end of the day, that's what is important, that they are ready.
Thank you.
Excuse me. Please identify an issue related to public education or a recent board decision you felt strongly about, and describe how you would balance community concerns, student needs, state and federal law, staff considerations, and your personal values and beliefs to determine how to vote on the issue.
That's a good question. I'll be honest with you. 2 years ago, I would not care what was going on here. I didn't. I felt like my kids were doing well, okay. But then I realized that our books are outdated. They were outdated 13 years, 2013? A lot has changed, and that is a big concern, that we make sure that we're providing the proper education for our children. And having books that are from 2013 is unacceptable, especially here in Temecula. And the other issue is, and the community should be outraged, is that yes, we got new books, but our children haven't had the opportunity to read some great bios. I mean, really, we have some great Californians, and our children weren't allowed to read that yet until we just made it, last board meeting we agreed? It's unacceptable. It's time that we come together and we, look, Temecula is not blue or purple, or blue and red, it's purple. So we need to come together and figure that out. So that was my concern, and that's why I'm here today, is to make sure that my children and the people of Temecula's children are getting the proper education. Look, I don't have the background. I don't have the proper education, but what I do have is my working skills, and I'm gonna work to represent Area 2. And not just I mean everybody. Thank you.
This one may be a little more practical. Describe your response if a parent approached you in the grocery store, could be Costco, and asked for your support on a particularly hot issue.
First of all, in my profession, I've been doing this for 15 years, it's about listening. Being an active listener, not just agreeing, but actively listening, asking questions. And I'm one that I do not decide right away. I will think about it, I will talk about it with my wife, and if it makes sense, then I will speak about it. But I do not act like I'm a professional or an expert. I first have to do my research. So I would tell that person, thank you, I appreciate it, let me do some more research, and I will get back to you.
Understanding that the position is provisional, it's a provisional appointment until November of 2024, what would be your intentions thereafter?
Possibly run for the position. If I feel like I'm doing well, I would probably run.
Okay, last question. Considering that the board cannot respond to you, is there anything else that you'd like to share with us? I noticed I interrupted your 2-minute intro, so you could finish that off. You have 8 minutes. You can choose to use them or not. It's all your time.
Perfect. I'll go ahead and finish. I understand that I don't have the name recognition. I don't have the exposure. I don't have the education. But like I mentioned, I do have a strong work ethic, and I plan to represent everybody in District 2. Or in Area 2, I should say. As our community grows in diversity, so should the board. It's time that the average parent have a voice in their child's education. So tonight, you can start the healing process by agreeing together and appointing someone to the position. Gracias por la oportunidad. And once again, thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. Latona. For your time and interest, you're welcome to join the audience for the remainder of the interviews. When all the interviews are complete, the board will discuss and vote to select and swear in a provisional appointment to the governing board position for trustee area 2. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we have one more left. Mrs. Susan Evans, where are we at with time?
She will be ready at 7:54.
Okay, about 5 or 6 before we call her out. Okay.
54, we said,
Oh, your mic's on. Okay, Sandy, would you please call up Mrs. Susan Evans? Good evening, Mrs. Susan Evans. Welcome. We have allowed 15 minutes for each applicant today. We'll allow you up to 2 minutes to give an opening statement. Following your opening statement, we have 5 questions we would like to ask of you. You may take as much or as little time as you want with each question. However, the interview will stop after 15 minutes, even if all the questions have not been addressed. The board is interested in your responses to all the questions, so please keep the time limit in mind as you respond. When we start with the opening statement, I'll let you know when you're at 2 minutes in, and then we'll stop, and then we'll rotate through questions. We can always restate the question if you want us to. Outside of that, when you're done answering a question, just let us know. We won't interrupt you. If you give a long pause, we'll know to go to the next one. And with that, we'll begin with your 2-minute opening statement. Please tell us a little bit about yourself. Be sure to include experiences relevant to this position and the strengths that you would bring as a member of the board.
Well, good evening, board members and superintendent, and thank you for allowing me to have my interview this evening. I moved to California from the UK 25 years ago with my children, who were welcomed into our Temecula school district. I'm now a parent of 4 grown children who experienced excellent public school education here in Temecula and have now become caring, successful adults. I am committed to supporting my community and to assist our school district in continuing to be one of the highest ranked school districts in the area. I have worked in child welfare for over 35 years and have witnessed how youth who feel connected and safe in schools, supported by their caring teachers and support staff, have been enabled to thrive in their communities. In my position as a Chief Operating Officer of a nonprofit here in Southern California, I provide foster youth services, and I have extensive experience in governance, advocacy, applying for funding, and developing programs all centered around youth services. I believe my skills would benefit the board in continuing to meet TVUSD's mission and values. Our schools should be a place where all students are welcomed, and staff should be supported in receiving the funding and resources they need for all students. Our children are our future community leaders, and it is essential we listen to student voices and family and community voices to support our students and help them reach their potential as they transition into adulthood.
Okay, thank you. First question I have is a 3-part question. What are you proud of in this district? What would you like to accomplish as a board member? And what's your highest priority and why?
I am very proud of this school district as being one of the top-ranking public school districts here in the Inland Empire with very high graduation rates. I would like to accomplish, if I become a board member, the first thing I'd like to consider is that the data is showing us that school enrollment in our public schools is dropping and is going to continue to drop over the next few years, and really to work with the board in how we can be fiscally responsible and help ensure that we continue to be able to provide the excellent education all-round education for all our students, which also includes the wonderful extracurricular activities that our students can be involved in to develop their confidence and self-esteem, along with our VAPA programs and all the programs that are needed for every individual student who comes. It is very important that we prepare our students not only from graduation, but how they transition into the workforce. And I've been very proud that Temecula in the last few years has really concentrated on developing some more technical programs to really help with that workforce development. In my experience working with some of the high-risk youth in foster care, it is very, very valuable skills that can be taught and can really help make a difference when youth go out on their own in developing the skills to help them move forward and become successful, productive adults. Thank you.
Please identify an issue related to public education or a recent board decision you felt strongly about, and describe how you would balance community concerns, student needs, state and federal law, staff considerations, and your personal values and beliefs to determine how to vote on the issue.
Well, first of all, I believe strongly that my own beliefs and values should not come into a discussion on a board. I participate in many boards. I'm also an officer of my company, so I've been involved in boards in many different ways. And I really feel when we come together, it is important to put my own values aside and we listen to everybody's voice. I'm very used to navigating sometimes very complex, difficult meetings and the different jobs and the different positions I have to hold. And it is extremely important that we give everybody the opportunity to have a voice and to express their opinions, and we listen. And then we take all that information that we've listened to and we come together in some type of consensus of how we can move forward. It may be that not everyone will agree with what we say, but we need to be able to demonstrate how we navigate and how we come to some consensus and make some agreeable goals that we can set and move forth so we can make progress. I do have extensive experiences in sitting on all different sorts of boards, all different sorts of meetings, both locally, at the state level, at the federal level, at the county level, and having to do a lot of negotiation regarding many challenging decisions, whether it's fiscal, whether in what is happening in with cuts in funding. And it's extremely important that we listen, and the voice of our community, our parents, and our students is extremely important, as is the voice of our teachers and our support staff. We really need to take time, and sometimes it can be a very timely, it can take a lot of time, but it is really worth it. It's a huge investment if we take the time to listen to everybody. It may take you a couple more hours, but at the end of the day, we can hopefully navigate and come to some type of consensus that we can make forward with very specific goals that we can agree that we can work on to move forward. And I really feel that that would help. It is extremely important that we listen to everybody. We are here to represent our community, but also our staff, our teachers, and our students.
This question may be a little more practical. Describe your response if a parent approached you in the grocery store and asked for your support on a particularly hot issue.
I would be polite, but I do work as the compliance officer as an officer of my company, and you cannot have those types of discussions. It is actually against, it is against our policies and our procedures and a conflict of interest. So I would always be very polite and say, I thank you for asking me, but unfortunately I'm not able to engage in this discussion with you. However, there are some avenues you can go to take your concerns, and I would direct them back to the school initially to resolve their concerns.
Understanding that the position is a provisional appointment until November of 2024, what would be your intentions thereafter?
My intentions are that I'm going to pull papers to run a campaign for the school board. I am committed to the community. I'm committed to what I do. I've worked at my current company for almost 23 years. I have been a board member of a national organization now for 5 years. I believe my term is 6. I'm involved in lots of other county-wide meetings where I've been a member for many years, so I am committed. And when I make a commitment, I carve out my time. I am a high-energy person, and I carve out the time to give that commitment to what I'm committed to. So I will look to be running for the local school board.
Thank you. Considering that the board cannot respond to you, is there anything else that you'd like to share with us? And I'll just remind you, you have 7 minutes. You could either use it or not use it. It's totally up to you. It's your time.
There are a couple of areas that I'd like to make the board aware that I believe I have some skills that would be helpful to the board. One of them is in our fiscal responsibility as board members. It is a very important role as a board member to fiscally consider where we're up to assist the superintendent and make sure that we are being fiscally responsible. I also have a lot of experience at applying for state funding, and I believe that there are future opportunities that the school, if they so choose, may want to explore to bring in more state funding, especially given we're concerned about some of the student enrollment. I also have considerable experience, as I said, both in governance, in leadership, and in advocacy. I frequently have been up to Sacramento to advocate against various cuts that are coming that would affect youth, and specifically my arena has been foster youth and unhoused and homeless youth. So I want to make the board aware that I do have those skills that I feel that may be useful and that I feel that I could now give back to our community. I'm a strong believer in the benefits of public education. I work with some of the youth who have been most socially disadvantaged, and I have just seen, and it's thrilled me to see how youth and students have really had a difference made by that connection with their teacher and their support staff, and they have really been able to participate in the school wherever their background, whatever their needs, and those needs have been met in the school, allowing those students to not only graduate but also reach their potential. Many of the young people I've worked with have moved on to be productive. Some of them have even come back and worked for our organization or similar organizations. Some of them have gone off to college. Some of them have gone into vocational careers. It is so beneficial and so important to our next generation that we invest everything we can in our young people of today, because they are our future leaders in our community.
Thank you, Mrs. Evans. Thank you for your time and interest. You're welcome to join the audience for the remainder of the interviews. When all the interviews are complete, you are the last one, the board will discuss and vote to select and swear in a provisional appointment to the governing board position for trustee area 2. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
And I think it's time to maybe take the 10-minute intercession. Then when we come back, we can go over the, oh wait, yeah. Now it's up to the board. You want to do a 5-minute, 10-minute, 5? 5 is fine. All right, 5-minute intermission, and then we'll be back.
actually make a provisional appointment.
Okay, I'm going to bring us back to order. It's important to know that while we were in recess and even the previous breaks, none of the other board members talked to any other board member. Nobody morally deliberated together about these candidates. That happens in front of you right now in open session. The other thing is in subcommittee, Mrs. Barclay and myself, we randomly drew everybody out of a jar that Lene kindly gave us. So the order was randomized to be completely fair. So what we'll do right now is I'll take a motion in a second. This is just to start the conversation of the provisional appointment. We're not appointing anybody. After we take the motion in a second, then we'll do an amended motion for any candidate that we want to put forward. What I would like to do is go one by one. Each board member maybe give us, your feedback on the interviewing process tonight and the top 3 candidates that you have. Even if somebody's not in your top 3, at any time, somebody can make a motion for anybody during discussion. If a board member feels uncomfortable discussing a candidate, they don't have to. It could be the positives that we discuss and then no other discussion and we take it to a motion or we don't. Just to let the audience know, if we don't appoint somebody, we have a second action item where it immediately goes to a special election. So those are the options before us, and I'd like to start by, let me find, sorry. So we're on the action item number 1, board vacancy applicant interviews and provisional appointment to fill board vacancy. I call for a motion and a second to make a provisional appointment for trustee area 2, the TVUSD Board of Trustees. Do I have a motion and a second? Moved by Mr. Schwartz.
Second.
Second by Mrs. Barclay. Lene, would you mind calling roll?
Barclay?
Yes.
Schwartz?
Yes.
Wiersma?
Yes.
Komrosky?
Yes, motion adopted 4-0. Thank you, Lene. Now we are on to discussion. Yeah, any board member can go. We told you we were a special board.
The one thing that I want to say to all of you, I just mentioned to Dr. Komrosky, I love the camaraderie that I see already. And I know whatever you go through in life, when you have that shared experience, there's immediate bonding, right? It's like, sister, I get it. I love that, and I just appreciate all of you coming out and spending the time and investing of yourself. I know it's intimidating, so just know I wrote a lot of notes for each one of you, and I'm glad that you're here.
I just want to thank everybody for putting themselves out there. Having gone through this process once before, it was a little bit trying, and I do want to thank all of you for your commitment to our schools and our children. I think it's really critical that we have people involved. I hope even if you're not elected, you stay committed to us, stay committed to the district and the children, and moving our district forward. Thank you.
Ditto. having been in that hot seat before, I know it is very intimidating. And when I did it, there was literally no one in the room, like I think 2 people. So a little bit different times. But you know, it is nerve-wracking, but I really appreciate all of you coming out and being willing to serve, especially, you know, in these times. I'm sure you've watched the board meetings. You see it is, you know, it is an interesting time in our district. So, and we have a lot of work to do. So we really appreciate you all coming out tonight. And I don't mind starting unless someone else wants to start.
Oh, I just wanted to weigh in and say, yeah, to all the candidates that applied, it's a lot. You're putting yourself out on the line. If we do make a provisional appointment, awesome. If we don't, I would just say that you've actually kicked off your campaign right here, front and center. So the fact that you took time to consolidate your thoughts, it's a lot. I probably, if it was me, I probably would have drank too much coffee and talked too fast and just, you know, I mean, when you sit up there, you're in the hot seat and it's really psychological at that point. But thank you so much for coming out, and we'll see what happens as we morally deliberate here.
Okay, I'll start. Well, first of all, I just want to say that every single person who was interviewed tonight had really great things to say, and I could see that everyone's given it a ton of thought, and every single person would have amazing qualities to bring to the table. It is hard and it's very awkward, obviously, to sit here and discuss this when you interview for a job. You don't get to hear them talking about you to your face. So yeah, I just, you know, I hope we can just keep it positive and focus on the positives and just know that really any one of you would have been amazing. I feel like you would have all brought your own qualifications to the table. So I'll get started and just kind of
Oh, let me just let them know, Ms. Barclay, I have a tally sheet, so I'm going to be taking everybody's top 3, putting them before me, seeing if we can have any overlap, and we'll see where it goes.
Okay. So just going down the list, just listening to what was said, some of the qualifications given, some of the answers, some of the focuses that really spoke to me and what I feel are, you know, maybe where we had common ground as far as the general direction of the district, and you know, I think everyone spoke to the fact that compromise is in order, and that's the only way we really can move forward. So I would say that my top 3, drum roll, no, just kidding. I would say my top 3 are Mrs. Jacobson, Mrs. Tolarczyk, and Mr. Audi.
Spent a lot of time looking through the applications that all of you wrote, and I found some to be really interesting, finding out things about some of you that I didn't know. And since I probably don't know any of you personally, it's interesting then to hear you speak and to share about yourselves. When I went through this process before, when we appointed Mrs. Barclay, we had a lot of good candidates also, and my thought was, are we just going to appoint a person, or are we going to appoint the person I thought was the best person for the job? And I felt, and 3 other board members felt that, 2 other board members felt that she was the best person, and 1 person thought not. But that's my thought right here. So I have 3 people who I think would be outstanding on the board. Susan Evans, Angela Tolarczyk, and Gary Odie. Those are 3 people that I felt would bring the most. And please, everyone else, please don't take it negatively. I just felt that their experience and their knowledge would be the best fit for our board.
Thank you, Mr. Schwartz and Ms. Barclay and Ms. Wiersma.
So the thing that I loved as each one of you spoke was hearing what you thought you could bring to the table and why it could benefit TVUSD. You're all so different, And this process is tough. I am going to always think outside the box with what we do, so here's what I have to say with this. I would love to take how we evaluate our students. There's a formative process, which is ongoing, informal. There's a lot of back and forth. It's conversational. It's kind of a day-to-day process. There's that aspect of looking at a student. And then there's the summative process, which is more like a benchmark. It's the final assessment. It's the CASP test. Those two things are equally important when we as educators, or if we serve in education, evaluate where a student is at. And that's kind of how I think about this process tonight. It's tough because there's not back and forth. We're all asking the same questions. We want to keep it very transparent, and yet it's unlike any interview you've ever had. Because what I want to do is say, tell me more. I want to glean and hear more on that. Or maybe I would give a devil's advocate question. You know what I mean? So this is tough, and I feel like it's not fully fair for either the board or candidates because it's only one facet on the spectrum of trying to figure out who's the right person to step up into this role. Some people have the gift of being an orator. Some people have the gift of being that guy that everybody knows in the community, and maybe he doesn't articulate everything perfectly, but he's everybody's friend and he cares about everybody. Maybe it's the single mom who's a hero because what she balances with her children is amazing and no one sees the day-to-day struggle and the fact that you would put yourself out here. So that's what I think about as I go through this, and I actually didn't pick a top 3. I weighed it through so many different things, and what I would love to see is a 4 to 6 month process where your ideas, whether it's with finances, which we need. I loved that so many of you mentioned the fiscal aspect because we're going to need that. Whether it's that, whether it's exploring additional aspects of safety, whether it's looking at the STEM program, just to hear some of your engineering minds, oh, I love that because I don't have that strength. What I would love to see is a 4 to 6 month process where you get to talk about that, where you have a fire lit under you to continue to talk and move through the communities and connect with people. Just hearing everything on its face and having said all that, the one person, and I shouldn't say one person because you all stood out to me in some way, but the one person that I wanted to say use your additional 4 to 5 minutes was Cynthia. I kind of looked through all your experience, 30 years in education. I believe you mentioned Head Start. You have your admin credential, educational counseling, you've been a teacher. This might be a controversial statement, but you're not necessarily part of the establishment here. And I think sometimes that's important to have that outside voice come in, have the experience, the knowledge, the ideas, the people, but come in fresh. That balance is what I see in you. So you're my number 1 for that reason. I'm going to do something really quickly that Sally Myers often does if you go to the Student of the Month program. I love that woman. And I just want to say, Emil, I love your CPA experience and the fact that you're data-driven. Bless you for taking in that little one and coming into our meetings. Cole, you've got the strength and mind of a single woman determined to do all things for her children. And Sped, I love that. I'd love to know more about your heart for that. Danny Shaw, thank you for your service to our country. Your engineering mind just draws me in. So thank you for what you bring to the table. Angela, you battle for kids, the hearts and minds. I can't imagine all the things that you see and do and hear. I love that you came to the table with some really neat things to say. You're very articulate. Martin, I think at one point you said, I don't know if I'm worthy. You are worthy. You're worthy. Every single person in this room is worthy. Martin, I think you also mentioned bringing STEM to TVUSD. I would love to see that. Erin Hoover, the statement that you made that you would want to address anxiety through opportunity for our kids, bingo. Golden, golden statement right there. So you sitting and sharing your heart, that really spoke to me because our kids need to have the right things that they can plug into, and I saw that with what you mentioned. Susan Evans, I appreciate all your experience, all the boards that you've served on. Your accent's amazing. I love that you care about this community, and you have a lot to offer. I don't know if I hope I didn't skip anyone. Suzette Jacobson, I think she mastered pretty much down to the second all of her time really well. I loved what she said. Get in the saddle and get ready to ride. That's my viewpoint. I think it's that get ready, folks, to take it to the next level. Do you have the passion? Do you really want to move forward? Are you willing to have your character shaped and molded as people come after you with wanting to know and being on your team, and maybe those who are opposed? Mr. Audie, I can't skip you. I'm sorry. You have a legacy in the district. It's unparalleled in terms of what others might bring to the table. So I just want to tell you that I respect you deeply. I thought you did a great job. In the end, I'm voting for Cindy because I think she's got experience, but she's not quite as close to TVUSD, and I think sometimes that makes it a little more difficult. Easier on some ends and more difficult on others. But thank you for everything that you give. I know you're a sub at Summit, and you're a very active grandpa. So that's kind of where I'm going to leave it. I'm sorry, that was so long. I just want people to know how impressed we are that you've come forward. And I don't think we can escape, in my mind, having that formative and summative assessment process. I think that's ultimately the most fair for the board, for you, and for this community as a whole.
Okay, Ms. Wiersma, so what I'm getting is you have a number one and a shout out to the rest, and it's either the number one or maybe special election. That's kind of what I assessed. Okay. So for mine, I have three: Mrs. Coleman, Mrs. Cynthia Allen, Emel Barham, and then in a fourth, Erin Hoover. And I say that because I want to hear more, and the overwhelm and all that, that's quite all right. I mean, that's a lot of pressure on you. So kudos, just like I said, everyone getting up here. Thank you, Mr. Audie, for the shout out at the skate park. I really appreciate it. We go way back. And people, I'm really waiting for that to come through this summer when they start demoing the thing. So those are my three. And I just have to say, since I have the master tally here, we don't have consensus on any one candidate, but we can welcome motions at any time. And
Yeah, I move that we.
You just have to say an amended motion.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I move that we close the discussion, and since we do not have three people agreeing on any candidate, that we just move forward.
Okay, so that's well, that's the second action item. We can get there. Okay, got it. So, any other amended motions by anybody else? Okay, so then I would add to Mr. Schwartz and what Mrs. Wiersma said. I will say there was a very robust line of candidates. A lot of you have awesome skill sets. There was also the shout out to Mr. Bermudez in chemistry. My brother has a master's in chemistry, and when you wanted to focus on STEM, I mean, there's so much skill set per person. I would like to see what happens and how the community gets behind you. Because to have a completely diverse board, I'm just going to say you're going to have to work for it. You're going to have to work for it. You work for it here as well. Like I said, this is the start of your campaign. We'll see how the community gets behind you. I was hoping we would have a consensus on a candidate so that we could take votes, but we don't. So that being said, any more discussion before I move to the next action item? No. All right, so action item 2, resolution 2023-24/13, ordering governing board member vacancy, special election, and request for consolidation. Do I have a motion and a second?
Moved, and I would request that the registrar do it at the same time as the May 28th election, so we don't have to pay for two separate elections.
I will move by Mr. Schwartz. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Mrs. Barclay, and I will say that, correct me if I'm wrong, is the election, it doesn't matter if it's in May or November or August. It doesn't matter. It's still a fee. I think it's 75,000. Am I right? Or close to that?
It's undetermined at this time, but it's at least that, yeah.
And we don't have input on the date, is that correct? They set the
No.
date.
With trustee area 2, they can go all the way from May, there's a certain time frame they have, all the way to November. With mine, there's 88, 125, so it's a different time bracket. However, I think the ROV can slap them both together.
Yeah,
So we'll have to
save
wait and
some money.
see. Yeah. Okay, we have a second at Lay, would you mind calling roll?
Barclay?
Yes.
Schwartz?
Yes.
Wiersma?
Yes.
Komrosky?
Yes, motion adopted 4-0. Thank you, Lene. So there will be no swearing of a newly appointed board member. We will see that in November. The announcement of the next meeting, the next regular open session business meeting of the Governing Board of Education is scheduled for March 12, 2024. The meeting is adjourned today, Tuesday, February 13, 2024 at 8:37 p.m. Thank you all for coming.